I moved into a very old apartment building back in June 2009. Found it through an ad in the paper. Nothing happened at first, but after living there for a short time, weird stuff started happening. First of all, the apartment next to mine was empty for quite a while because the former tenants had trashed it very badly. I would hear noises over there like someone was in there. For example, one day, I was sitting at my computer desk and my cat was sitting next to me. There was this weird cupboard built into the wall with dresser-type drawers down below. The other apartment had one exactly like it on the other side of the wall. I all of a sudden heard the drawers on the other side of the wall opening and closing. My cat heard it too, because her head turned towards the sound at the same time mine did. This went on for a while, and I called the property owner to see if he or his wife were over there. Nope, they were out of town that day, and when they got back, they went in there to check on things. Nobody had been in there. The door was locked. I heard weird footsteps and loud pounding out on the enclosed porch when the door was locked. And one time, the timer on the stove had been activated and was going off all by itself. Very creepy place, and I didn't stay there very long at all. I moved in September of 2011. A few weeks ago, I had to have an operation to correct something that had been an ongoing issue with me. When I got home from the hospital, I kept myself in bed most of the first week, occasionally getting up to use the restroom or walk to the kitchen to get a drink. My wife and son did their best to take care of me while recovering, but I had asked if I could sleep alone. As is our norm, that they will all lay in bed with me to watch TV, but I didn't want much movement, and the painkillers the hospital gave me kept me in and out of sleep all day and night. I'm pretty much a wimp when it comes to pills, so a lot of things tend to knock me out. The pills that were described were Norco and 800 milligrams of ibuprofen. I didn't like the way Norco made me feel, so as soon as I could stand it, I got myself off of them and only took ibuprofen. I had the operation the prior week and was home that Saturday. Then sometime around 3 a.m. or so on Sunday, I was alone in my room, half out of it. But there are different lights that make a soft glow in my bedroom, like one being a charger port that makes a soft blue light. Another one is the fan that is on my dresser that also has a soft blue light. Lastly, there's a motion light in the master bathroom that's connected to my bedroom that turns on when it detects movement. I opened my eyes because I saw the light in the bathroom turn on. I was in a daze and thought my wife woke up from the room next door and went to use our bathroom. As I'm looking at the bathroom, I turn my head because there's a boy standing halfway out of my closet. He has his left arm across his chest, like holding up his arm, like trying to hide his face. I'm looking at him, thinking it's my son, but it wasn't. I turned my head back to the bathroom because the light went out and then turned back to the boy, and he was gone. Tuesday morning, I honestly don't know what time it was, but it was still dark outside, but the light was starting to come up. I'm lying on my left side, facing the closet again. Again, the boy is standing there. He looked almost as afraid that I saw him, then he vanished before my eyes. And in his place inside the closet is a rack where my wife keeps her purses, scarves, and other crap. Thursday around 2 a.m, there's a soft glow in my room, but still dark. I turn over from my left side, as that is the side that is most comfortable with my surgery, and try to lie on my back as my left side was going numb from laying on it. As I do, there's an elderly woman standing at the foot of my bed. She's all dressed in black and white hair. I reach to turn on my bedside light, and she's gone. Friday night, I went to sleep early, and I knew my wife and son were downstairs watching TV. On Fridays, it's our custom to let him stay up a little later and watch movies, play board games, or whatever he wants to do. It must have been about 10:30 or 11 p.m. My bedroom door was closed. I could hear the muffled sounds of the TV from downstairs, and this time the boy appeared in the corner of the room, by the bedroom door. He stood there, and it looked like he had a baseball hat that was dark tan colour, and then he disappeared. Maybe it was the painkillers, or maybe it was my imagination, or maybe I had visitors. I don't know what to think. but I didn't at any time feel very scared, just shocked for a bit. I only had one experience like this before due to a medical procedure about 8 years ago. I was admitted to the hospital for a bad infection, and I was sedated. And the day after I was in my hospital room, and I saw the dead son of my best friend. He was standing at the foot of my hospital bed, holding a toothbrush in his hand, smiling at me like as if he was playing with my toothbrush. Growing up, I had several weird experiences in my parents' house in Orange, Virginia. Where we lived was a few miles away from a Civil War battlefield, which may explain some of it, but the entity that lived in my room was an entirely different story. I've seen ghosts before, a UFO, and some other strange things, but this was one of the most constant. My bedroom was the attic, probably close to a 500 square foot room that was oddly shaped and had a stairwell leading downstairs. To the left of the stairwell was the main bedroom area, and to the right was a small and unsettling alcove. The attic was fully furnished and had some small attic doors along the walls. The alcove had a small window, maybe about 3 feet tall and 2 feet wide. To the right of the window was an access door to the attic fan. Underneath was a bookshelf, and to the left was one of those storage doors. Now, to the left was always a little darker lighting-wise, and for no real reason. Even when I had a blacklight glowfish tank there, it was the corner right in front of the door. From my bed on the left side of the room, I could clearly see the alcove, and it was maybe 20 to 30 feet away. Most nights when I went to sleep, I would feel a weighty presence emanating from that corner. When my back was to it, I would feel heavily that something was staring at me. In the shadows, I couldn't make out a figure, but the feel of that gaze would send shivers down my neck and spine, and prickle my skin. It never bothered me much beyond that. I think it liked me better than the previous inhabitant of the room, my older sister. She has told me stories of things being displaced and weird feelings as well. One stands out in my mind. Shortly before she moved out, her best friend came to live with us. My sister had the room set up similar to how I did, except you couldn't see the alcove from her bed. On this particular day, her friend had her suitcases stacked underneath the window. Her and my sister were talking and writing a story, when all of a sudden, bam! Her top, full suitcase was hurled from underneath the window and hit the bed. Mind you, this was 20 to 30 feet away. It's not like it just casually fell. There were some other experiences my sister had that my mom told her not to tell me and my younger brother. My mother always dismissed these claims. Either she was in denial or whatever. It didn't affect her. I kept feeling this particular presence until I finally permanently moved out. My first night in this room, I saw a sort of apparition of it. It looked like a small red fox and came from next to the closet door, which was on the other side of the stairs. The fox didn't come from just anywhere. I saw it appear as if it were walking from that corner. I was young, maybe 13 to 14 at the time, and ran downstairs and told my parents what I saw. They sort of laughed at me at first, then got offended when I suggested it was supernatural. So I kind of told myself I was imagining things and went back up to bed. Never saw the fox afterwards. While I was in college, I would go home sometimes on breaks and feel the presence strongly at night time after I turned the lights out. I remember once I was home alone and was downstairs with the door to my room shut and all the pets in front of me when I heard heavy footsteps coming from right above me, where the alcove would be. My sister had similar experiences, but it was more aggressive with her. The last time I was in that house was when it was going into foreclosure since my mother could no longer afford the payments. I got the rest of my stuff out and took the essentials with me. I was there with 2 friends of mine who were helping me, and for the first time in my whole life, I wasn't there. It had seemingly vanished since no one had been inhabiting the room. I haven't been back since. The presence still haunts my memory, and even now, I can vividly remember the feel of its gaze upon me. Around 3:50 or something in the morning, I was driving my roommates home from their late night shift at work. As we were about to cross over the city line, I saw a very small black and white kitten on the side of the road, and it ran into the bushes on the median. As it's a busy road, I naturally jumped out of the car in an attempt to catch it, to take it home so it could be safe. Now here's where things get weird. As my boyfriend gets out of the car to help me look, the clock strikes 4 a.m. The bushes move and then the kitten is just gone. And on top of all this, it's also a full moon tonight, which just so happens to be a harvest moon as well. Not only did I happen across this black cat in the first place late at night, it was also during the witching hour on the night of a full harvest moon. They say the witching hour is where the veil between the physical and the spiritual is the thinnest. Could I have possibly met a spiritual animal guide that seemingly vanished as soon as the witching hour was complete? I even went back about 10 minutes after we all got home with some canned cat food to see if I could lure it out. I searched for a good 30 minutes and couldn't find anything. As I was about to leave, I felt a sort of spiritual presence in my chest, as if this wasn't the last time I was going to see this kitten or creature or spiritual being. And then another thought came to mind, that maybe it'd actually find me one day. I've attempted to catch many animals before, and I've both succeeded and failed, but I've never had a feeling quite like that one. Could this have possibly been a spiritual guide? In 2019, me, my boyfriend, my best friend and her partner stayed at an Airbnb in Sandusky, Ohio for a convention. There were several red flags about the place, but it was much cheaper than the hotel near the convention hall, so we opted for it. The first red flag happened as soon as we arrived. The owner greeted us and made a point to tell us that his house was directly next door. As in, if there weren't any trees, he would have been able to see into the windows of where we were staying. Okay, so he had a few houses on his property. No big deal, right? Wrong. It only got worse from there. Per instruction, we were forbidden to go into the basement under any circumstances, unless there was a tornado. Being the curious young adults we are, we opened the door anyway, and were going to investigate, but stopped in our tracks as soon as we saw the direction the stairs were facing, directly towards the owner's home. In the darkness, there was a faint electronic glow. We quickly shut the door and barricaded it with luggage. Again, the owner's home was so close, there could have easily been something connecting his house to this basement. A little weirded out at this point, we went and looked at the rest of the house. It was a nice and spacious place with a narrow staircase to the second floor, where our bedrooms would be. We selected our rooms and began to unwind after the long drive. In my boyfriend and I's room, there was a single random sprinkler in the middle of the ceiling that looked out of place. We were tired from the trip, so I didn't think much of it then, but looking back now, there's a high chance it was a hidden camera. Things only got weirder from there. We were gone most of the next day at the convention, and when we returned, one of the outside doors that we definitely locked was unlocked and slightly ajar. My friends and I collectively shared a look of panic and closed and locked the door. My best friend's partner suggested that maybe the owner needed to get something out of there while we were gone, and didn't close the door completely on the way out. We made sure all our things were still there, and then soon forgot about it because we discovered something more pressing. The locks on both the bedroom doors were now ineffective. We told ourselves they were already like that, and we just didn't notice, but I'm not sure if I believe that. On our second to last night, my boyfriend and I were both restless over what had been happening at the Airbnb and the day's activities, so we decided to try to find something to watch on TV to take our minds off it. We were flipping through the channels on the TV when suddenly we came across a Windows 10 lock screen and no computer in sight. I opened the cabinets and tried around to find one. The dresser the TV was on was too heavy to move to look behind, but seeing where the wires were positioned, they could have very well gone through the wall and into the basement. We were too frightened to see the basement for ourselves to confirm or deny our suspicions of surveillance and owner interference, and who knows what else. Needless to say, we left as quickly as possible the last day there, and didn't look back. Once, when I was around 8 or 9 years old, I saw something that I'll never forget. My family and I lived in a house in northern central Virginia, located near multiple Civil War battlefields. This particular morning was one like any other. I didn't have school, and my mom asked me to get the mail for her as she was busy in the kitchen. I walked outside and started descending the porch stairs when I saw someone across the street, standing off to the side. She looked around my age. She had pale skin and curly blonde hair, with thick ringlets on either side of her face. She was wearing a white sundress with a pink ribbon sash across the waist, with a matching bonnet and white slipper shoes. The dress had puffy sleeves and her hands were hidden by the skirt of the dress. I couldn't see her face, as she appeared to be looking down at the ground. I got excited thinking a new friend had moved into the neighborhood. I was going to go introduce myself, but I had just brushed my teeth and thought I had toothpaste around my mouth. I looked down to wipe my mouth, looked up, and she was gone without a trace. I found out later that I'm not the only person who had seen her. 2 kids down the street also had seen her in their yard and described her perfectly. I'm 24 now and just found out 2 or 3 weeks ago that my younger brother's friend also saw her one night while driving on our road. He also described her perfectly, the fear and panic in his voice evident. I was about 6 or 7 years old. We were on the school bus going home. We stopped to drop off my best friend as the assistant was undoing the safety clamps on my friend's wheelchair to get her off the bus. There was no loud commotion from the house next door. The commotion came from a very dirty, unkempt, deranged-sounding man, who suddenly just appeared out of nowhere and started to run at the open-end bus. He had something shiny in his hand and he was ranting insanely. The back was down on the assistant, and the driver were about to just put my friend on the lift in a wheelchair to take her to her front door. The man tried to get on the back of the bus via the lift, but obviously, as the bus was full of young disabled children, the driver and assistant weren't letting that happen. They quickly raised the lift and shut the doors. The man, frustrated by this, went around the sides of the bus and banged loudly on the windows, scaring us very badly. We had to stay locked in the bus until someone called the police. Now, the really creepy thing was, by the time the police arrived, there was no sign of the man at all. It was like he disappeared as fast as he appeared. The police looked for him in and around the house, but they didn't see anything of him. They spoke to the driver and assistant for some time and waited for my friend to be taken to her front door. And until we drove away, we never did find out who the man was, but I can still remember the incident like it was yesterday. When I was 5 or 6, my mum and I lived in my grand's council house with extended family. My great-grandmother passed more than 10 years before I was born, when my mama was quite young. My mama and I shared a large back room, which doubled up as a sitting room and playroom. One night I was sleeping in my bed, facing my toy cupboard, which had no door, but a really pretty sheet, which mama had painted, nailed onto the frame of the cupboard, keeping my toys tidy. I remember suddenly opening my eyes to see a little old lady in the doorway of my toy cupboard. I wasn't scared, as I felt the old lady was familiar and safe. She just appeared to be a regular little old lady with slightly strange clothes. Without moving her mouth, she said, "It's okay, pet. I've just come to see how you are. Go back to sleep." The words sounded clear in my head, and being 5 or 6, I said, "Okay," and went back to sleep. The next day, I was playing in the garden with Mama, and I told her about what said was a dream. Mama, who was very close to her grandmother, looked at me, asking me to describe the little old lady. So I did. Mama looked a little strange and then changed the subject. Years later, we were talking about family with my big cousin Jimmy, who was living with my Mama and I at the time. And Mama told me that when I described that little old lady, I actually described our great-grandmother. Jimmy laughed and said when he had the same bedroom, he had seen our great-grandmother also in the same place as I saw her. There were only 3 differences. Jimmy knew our great-grandmother before she passed. It was in the middle of the day when Jimmy saw her, and she just smiled at him without speaking. My mama got out a really old-looking family photo, and in the middle of the family members, I knew looking younger sister was the very same kindly-looking little old lady. I was 14. My mum and I lived in a typical council estate in West London. It was Saturday morning at around 2:30 a.m, and we were about to go to bed after a night of watching television. Mom turned off the television and went into her bedroom to put something away. I was laying on the sofa with my kitten Katie, but wide awake. I sat up to get ready to get in my wheelchair to go to bed. Suddenly, it was like static in the air, but there was no noise. Nothing, but silence. At this point, I was totally alone in the living room, as Katie had wandered out to the hall. I just happened to glance at the television, and I saw it was glowing with a beautiful white light. And in the center of the television, a really ancient old woman was staring directly at me. Her face ran with lines. Her hair was long and straight, and eyes were filled with so much goodness and wisdom. It was as if she saw right into my soul, and I was bathed with a strong kind of tranquility and calmness I hadn't felt before. This is not to say that I wasn't surprised by the event. I called out to Mum twice, and as suddenly as she came, the beautiful poor light disappeared along with the ancient wise woman. There was static once more, and the screen was black again. My mum came out of her room a few seconds later, not even hearing me seconds before, or noticing my alarm, until I told her what I've just told you. Mum has always been slightly skeptical where the unexplained is concerned. But we come from a family of healers, and she has her fair share of unexplainable events in her own life, so it didn't really faze or surprise her too much. Through all this, I didn't once feel threatened or menaced by the vision of the wise woman, and I've always remembered her with curiosity and interest. In fact, I've sometimes wished she would come to visit me again. My husband works shifts. One morning, around 5 a.m, he had just left our bungalow to walk to the bus stop to catch the first of our 2 buses to work. Being summer, it was very bright for the time of morning, and he told me he was just collecting his thoughts, thinking about the tasks he had to do that day, and the list of groceries that I asked him to get, when from above and a little way off, he heard a rustling of leaves from a tree behind a wall of a garden. Thinking it was a squirrel, he looked up and he told me he thought he was seeing things. What he said he saw was a small, black-bodied, sleek figure walking or running on 4 skinny legs resembling a monkey, with a long, rat-like tail. It looked like the head was round with pointed ears either side of it. My husband couldn't see the creature's facial features as it moved with extreme speed. When it hit the ground, it scurried away from him, but he said he swore he saw what he thought was a wing which appeared to be pinned back to the side of the creature's body on the nearest side to him. My husband is a practical, no-nonsense man who was somewhat skeptical about the supernatural and paranormal. He was slightly reluctant to tell me in case I would think he was having me on. We discussed the incident that night when he got home. He had already texted me about it, and I was intrigued. I did ask my husband if it could have been a large bat. On talking about it and thinking it through properly, we concluded it couldn't have been a bat, as this creature that my husband saw had 4 legs and a rat's tail. We walk that route all the time to get out of the estate and to the shops, before and since the incident, and we've never seen a creature like that. We're both natives to London, and we're unaware of such a creature even existing, so we're still trying to work out what this creature could have been. Over the heath, there was an ancient crumbling waterhouse where the entire estate's water system was managed. It was made with bricks, with a black slate roof and iron doors, and didn't have any doors. The windows were all smashed in by generations of kids throwing rocks and stones at them. It was there when my mama and her siblings were kids and played over the heath, and they all told us it. Spooked them and their mates as it did us. It was a really hot day one summer in the school holidays. The older boys were at home for some reason, and all the younger cousins were being little brats, so the boys said they would take us all blackberry picking to keep us quiet. Mama agreed gratefully. There were 5 younger kids. We were all really excited as blackberry picking was a great family favourite activity, and our Gran's blackberry pies were the best. Gran's house led directly onto the back of the heath. There was a fence with a gap at the end. One of my older cousins passed me through to the other, then lifted my tiny wheelchair over the fence. The other kids were through in seconds, and we were away again. On our way to our destination, the older boys told us spooky stories, as they always did. We all stopped talking when we came to the Waterhouse. Nobody ever dared speak around or near the Waterhouse, not even the older boys. For something so mundane, it always looked so eerie. There was a second fence to get through before we reached our beloved blackberry field, but this time as we squeezed through the gap of the fence, we were all more somber as we remembered the old wives' tale and urban legend that we all knew about the Waterhouse. The story goes, once in the early 1960s, there was a gang of bank robbers. They were local to the area and were really nasty pieces of work. Their expertise was terrorizing bank customers and staff alike before grabbing and shooting anything that moved. They did several jobs without getting caught, but they really messed up a particular job, and a sweet 19-year-old trainee bank clerk was shot dead, and 5 more people seriously injured. One of the gang was also shot dead, along with the nastiest member of the gang being seriously wounded in the crossfire. It's said that the remaining gang members escaped with just a few hundred and made their way over to the heath and hid out in the Waterhouse. It was newish at that time and was a perfect hideaway for the murderers. There was a lot of connection and stress between the remaining gang. Months, the bodies of all 3 of remaining gang members were discovered rotting away in the Waterhouse 6 months later. A few years later, the weird stuff and creepy noises started occurring, and around the Waterhouse. Mysterious hairy figures were glimpsed moving stealthily amongst the pipes and wires. A dank, mouldy, rotten smell like aging river weeds was always smelt around the area of the Waterhouse, and eerie wails and menacing murmurs could be heard day and night. In the late 70s, there was a spate of mysterious deaths of homeless people who would shelter over the heath not too far from the Waterhouse. There was nothing to ever link the deaths to the Waterhouse, but the locals soon started giving the Waterhouse and surrounding area a wide berth because of the creepy history and dark reputation. That's what we knew of the Waterhouse's dark history. That's why we were so wary and anxious to get away from it as quickly as possible. When we all went through the gap in the fence, further away from the Waterhouse, us younger cousins built up enough courage to glance over at the building of ill repute, before being rounded up by the older boys. A put me in my wheelchair again, and we set off to the blackberry field. We soon arrived at the field, where some other local kids knew we're already there, and spent a nice afternoon picking and eating the juicy sweet blackberries, and splashing in the river, and soon the sun was getting low, and it was time for home. Our journey home was much like the one there. We were still bantering, laughing, and the older boys were still winding us up slightly. But being as it was getting later, we were feeling more weary and slightly subdued. When we reached the fence before the Waterhouse, the air felt slightly too close. The youngest of the 3 older boys got me out of my wheelchair so that B could lift it over the fence. The other kids were already on the other side of the fence with H and B. A suddenly said to his brother in a low, guarded voice, "Something moved at the back of there, bruv." B just looked at him sideways, but A was straight-faced. A said, "I'm going to have a look," passing me through to B and squeezing past us all. "Wait up, A, we've got to..." Having put me in my wheelchair, B had moved forward towards his brother when we all heard A shriek out in horror and disgust, and the 2 boys moved back quickly. H, having already taken me out of my wheelchair again, had told everyone to run. And we did. B picking up my tiny wheelchair, folding it up while running. A grabbing the other 2 kids' hands and following B and H running with me on his shoulders, holding my other cousin's hand. We ran and ran. A kept saying, "Don't look back, don't look back." I did. but saw nothing. We didn't stop till we got to the fence, which led back to the road on the estate, and we could actually see civilization again. We were all completely exhausted. Before we slipped through the fence to the road, B, holding himself up by the railings, asked, "What did you see?" Yellow eyes, hairy face." All us younger kids began to panic and scream, and H had to calm us all down. H said we were safe and it would be alright, but we all said we wanted to get as far away from the Waterhouse as possible. When we got home, we all looked bedraggled and slightly nervous. Mama and my auntie noticed this and asked the boys what was wrong. H just said that we just got spooked by an old drunk man in the bushes looking for golf balls to sell. And as that was quite commonplace over the heath, Mama and my aunt just gave us kids a pep talk and hugged us. We never did tell my mama or my auntie the truth about the yellow eyes and hairy face, or find out what it actually was. But us kids didn't go near the Waterhouse for a long time after. I grew up sheltered. I do regret the fact that I didn't go to parties, date, or drink in school. I went off to college without that much life experience, causing me to fall for the first guy that gave me any positive attention. Some showed their true colours very quickly when I refused to sleep with them after knowing them for a day or so. The man I fell for and later married kept his real nature well hidden. I only found out what kind of person he was after our son turned 3. Due to health issues when I became pregnant, I needed to put off finishing college for a year or so. I found myself unable to pay for the remaining years and took any jobs I could manage with my medical issues still lingering. I earned enough to keep us afloat. My husband slowly started to show who he was as the years passed by. I found us unable to pay bills on a regular basis and unsure where the money went. I fooled myself thinking that staying for our son was the best idea, regardless of our problems. I asked a friend to follow my husband, and he found out that our funds were going towards slots and horse betting. I confronted him about it, and we got into a huge blowout. For 6 months I stayed, scared out of my mind over whether we could feed our son or lose the roof over our heads. I never thought I'd become one of those women who stayed with their abusive partner. While you're in that kind of situation, everything feels impossible. I was more afraid to leave than what my husband would do if I stayed. Then he threatened my son, and everything became clear. Overnight, I packed up a few bags and left. Just left. I couldn't even stay with my parents or friends because he knew where they all lived. I didn't want to risk their safety because of my deranged husband's wrath. For a year and 6 months, I made it work. I found a place to stay. I changed my first name and went by my maiden name. I did everything possible to ensure that man could never find us. After no signs of him for so long, I became a little bit lax. I took my son out for ice cream every Friday, and I assume having a routine let him track us down. I don't know how else he did so. You may call me a bad mother for what happened. I left my son, who'd just turned 5, alone in the apartment. I felt safe, knowing I'd only be gone for 10 minutes at the most, and he was asleep when I left. I just wanted to pick up some bread from the corner store for his lunch the next day. I came back and knew right away something was wrong. I knew I locked the front door, but when I came back, I found it unlocked. I flew inside, dropped my bags of food I went to the store to get. I rushed to our shared bedroom, dread growing in my stomach. The room was empty. I nearly fainted. I tore through the entire apartment looking for my boy. I pushed aside the couch and opened every cupboard in the kitchen, my mind in a blind panic. Somehow, through that panicked state, I heard my cell phone ringing. I checked the number to see if maybe my neighbour saw my son try to leave the building and called me saying he was just at their place. I didn't know the number and let the call go to voicemail. I didn't even set the phone down when the same unknown number sent a text. A message a mother never wants to see from an unknown number. I have your son. My sight growing grey around the edges gives me tunnel vision. My hands shook so much I couldn't get my phone unlocked fast enough. The number called again, and this time I picked up. "Troy, I swear to God, if you..." I shout out, voice shaking with fear and anger. "Not Troy, sweetie. Just someone he hired. I needed to get you, but you weren't in, and this is better. Do you want to speak to your kiddo?" A deep voice came from the other end. I've never heard of this person before and didn't have a clue who he may be. I always thought my husband wanted us to gone, but didn't think he would dare spend money that could be used for gambling on something like that. "Yes, let me talk to him." I hated how desperate I sounded. Noises came over the phone as it was handed over. It sounded as if they were in a car with the windows down. My heart sank. They could be anywhere and travelling further and further away. My son's voice barely heard over the noise. "Hey, Mom," my boy started, but I cut him off. "Benny, did he hurt you? Where are you? Are you okay?" Barely kept myself from shouting. My tone didn't go over well with Benny. He was just a child and didn't know what was going on. He didn't even know being in a car with a stranger was a bad thing. "No, this is okay. He's a friend of Dad's," Benny said in a small, quavering voice. I never really told him about his father. I just said we needed to be away for a while. I just couldn't think of any way to explain it. About how I felt about Troy without scarring my child. I knew he missed his dad, but I told him so many times not to go with strangers. This man had been hired by my ex and got coached on what to say to make Benny comfortable and think they really were friends and going to see his dad again. All of this was my fault. I left him alone and I didn't say the right things to protect him. I wanted to cry, but needed to stay strong to make sure he lived through this. "Can you tell me where you are? What car did you get into? What does he look like?" I pleaded, hoping if he answered one of these questions, it would help the police in finding him. The phone was taken away before Benny said anything else. The man came back, and I heard my son sound upset in the background. The phone got muffled like if the man pressed it against himself, as if he didn't want me to hear him sounding almost comforting to the child in the car. He cleared his throat and brought the phone back up. "I have no reason to hurt him. I just need you to get a certain location and time. After that, your son can go free. I'll buy him dinner too." "Is he allergic to anything?" the man asked, his deep voice not matching how friendly he tried to make the last statement. "As if I believe you. What do you really want? Just, please, we'll do the trade now. Bring my little Benny back," I begged, pressing my phone so hard against my ear it hurt. The man didn't answer for seconds that felt like hours. He rolled up the window so his voice came out clear. "Show up on time at the location I'll send you. If you call the cops, you'll never see your son again." The man's voice was so cold, it made my shoulders shake. I opened my mouth to speak, but he hung up. A second later, a text came through with a screenshot of a local park on Google Maps. A part of the trail in the middle of the park was marked, and he provided some photos of the meeting spot. The trail is a bit overgrown and surrounded by trees. I should have called the police. I had the number the kidnapper called from. I didn't record the phone call, but they should believe me it took place. I did consider calling them. The meeting time was set for an hour from now, and after it got dark. I didn't think the cops would believe me so fast and put a plan in motion before the time was up. No, I needed to do the foolish thing and go alone. I called a friend and told her that my husband found where I took my son. I didn't go into details, but told her to call the cops if I didn't send her a message in 2 hours. I debated on telling her to send the police to the park if she didn't hear from me, but decided against it. I would send her a message with the images of the park right before I needed to meet the strange man that took my son. That gave me enough time to get Benny back and hopefully have her call the police for us. If the police arrived at the wrong time, I risked my son's life. I kept looking at my phone while I drove, expecting it to ring. My car wasn't the greatest, and it putted along taking up a decent amount of time to arrive at the park. I got there 10 minutes early and figured it didn't matter. With the messages my friend sent, I raced down the path, trying to see in the dark and find the right spot. The trail was empty, and I didn't see any cars in the parking lot besides an old grey one sitting at an angle. The uneven path nearly caused me to trip a few times, and I cursed myself for wearing sandals instead of better shoes. I saw the meeting spot under one of the rare post lamps. Bugs already buzzed around the light. The sun only set a few minutes ago, but it looked like the dead of the night. I saw two shapes, and my heart raced harder than it ever had before. A man I didn't recognize was sitting on his heels doing what looked to be a magic trick with a coin. Benny, unaware of how dangerous the situation really was, watched on in awe when the man tossed up the coin, caught it, and opened his hand to show it was no longer there. I ran up, scooping Benny into my arms, and took a few steps away from the kidnapper. I wanted to run, but didn't risk it in case someone else was watching us. I looked over at my son, finding him perfectly fine, just a bit scared from my reaction. His face is also a little sticky from soda. I noticed the takeout bag sitting by the lamppost to be tossed away. I fussed over Benny, wanting to sob from missing him so much from the short time apart. The man stood up, and the movement nearly caused me to bolt. I picked up a grey suit jacket off the ground and quickly put it back on. Grey hair matched his jacket along with the eyes. He looked a few years older than myself and a bit scruffy to be wearing a suit jacket and a dress shirt. Did he hurt you at all, sweetie? Did he? I couldn't bring myself to ask my son if a stranger touched him in a way that made him uncomfortable. I sort of had that talk with him, but never did it properly. I regretted a great deal of my choices that led to that moment, but never regretted having Benny. He was the only thing in my life I was proud of, and I almost lost him. From the looks of things, Benny wasn't hurt in any way while away from me. The man told the truth of just holding on to him for the hour and buying him dinner. I hated this man. And I hated a monster like him who acted like this good with a kid. I'm okay. Did I do something bad? Benny asked in a small voice, looking as if he might cry. No, honey, I was just scared. Your father's friend didn't tell me he was taking you, I lied. That calmed him down. I took a step backwards, my eye on the man, who stayed silent the entire time. He placed his hands in his pocket, and when I pressed Benny's face against my shoulder to calm him, the man flashed the handle of a gun. He quickly put it away when my son looked back. He didn't want to deal with a loud crying child, so kept his threat silent but clear. The brief look of the gun caused my body to almost shut down. I wanted to get sick. My body shook from stress, and I kept thinking about just making a run for it. I couldn't risk Benny getting hurt. I needed to stay alert and escape when I had a better chance. I also had a small weapon in my purse. Just a stun gun, but I needed to be closer to the man to use it, and I didn't want to put my son down either. Why did you do all of this? I asked the man, voice filled with anger. I told you. Your husband hired me. He should be arriving any minute, so please, let's play the silent game until he gets here. Listen, I started. He cut off my words by taking a single step closer. Hands still in his pocket, an unsettling grin on his face. For a moment, I thought his teeth appeared too sharp, and the light shone off his eyes in an odd way. I took a few steps back, legs uneven and shaking. My son started to get upset again, and I needed to get him out of here. Can I at least let Benny leave? I begged in a soft voice. He paused to consider my request. His face returned to normal, and he took a step away from us to keep calm. Crossing his arms, he shook his head. It's a dark place, and he's like 10, the man answered. 5, I corrected it. He let out a long sigh and cracked his neck in frustration. All right, 5. It's not good for him to be walking alone at night. And where would he go? Did you have someone who can pick him up? He offered, his deep voice almost friendly. I stood, stunned. I didn't think the person who took my son would let him go like this. I nodded and made me get out my phone. He watched me type out a message to my friend, asking her to come by and get Benny. When I sent the message, he warned me to keep my phone in my pocket and not to try to call the cops. He said that he only hired me to get me to the park and didn't care what happened to my son. If my friend left her place right after the message was sent, it would take her 30 minutes to get there. He agreed to let Benny leave after she arrived to get him. and not make him walk around to get lost in the park. We had some time, and my ex-husband hadn't shown up, even though it was a few minutes after the meeting time. The man started to pace as we waited. He found some rocks to kick into the grass when he got bored, and I let Benny sit on my lap. I whispered to him how much I loved him and anything else that came to mind. He was confused and scared, which was understandable. He just wanted to see his father again, after so long. I wondered if I should have told him about his father, or let him have a few years of still thinking the man was a decent person. Finally, my ex showed up from down the path. His blonde hair looked like it'd seen better days, face covered in a beard and eyes sunken. He didn't look like the man I married, and Benny didn't even know who he was. The kidnapper let out a growl and dramatically tapped at his waist. "You're late," he hissed at my husband. "I was making some deals. I can give you a little bit extra for staying. Are they both here?" Troy's voice sounded rough, as if he just woke up. I suspected Troy got into something heavier than some drinks and ruined his body since I left. I stood up, sun in my arms again, trying to think a way out of this mess. What would he want? I didn't have any money or life insurance. Our deaths wouldn't benefit anyone. In fact, I told my best friend if I disappeared to call the cops. Troy had something to do with it. If he killed me, all signs pointed to him. It's the principle of the matter, but you're here now. Do you want me to kill her? The grey-haired man said, as if he was asking a mundane question. My legs failed me. I sank to my knees. Benny being strong, but tears came to his eyes. I should have risked running sooner, and now I wouldn't be around to see my son grow up. No. I have some guys who want to pay for her. You can, hit her head, right? Like we do something to make it so she doesn't know what's going on, but keep her alive. Wait, what do people do with an ice pick up their nose? Troy offered, hands shaking, but from withdrawals, not from what he was saying. Like a lobotomy? I don't carry an ice pick around, but I can figure something out. You're the one paying this, her death or not. With a shrug, the hired killer turned and started to walk towards us. I made an attempt to stand, only to have my legs give out again. This couldn't be happening. I refused to let either of them follow through with their plan. I reached into my purse and found the stun gun. I held onto it tightly, waiting for the man to get closer. I wanted to shock him and run like hell, thinking it would be my only chance. Oh, and the boy too. I'll get more for him. With a few steps between us, the man stopped at those words. A dark expression came over his face, only for a second. I thought I imagined it. He forced a smile on his face and brightly looked over his shoulder at my husband, his tone a false cheer. "I told you it's double for kids," he nearly sang, causing my skin to crawl. "I'll pay for it. Just grab them or do whatever you need to do, so we can go fast." I wanted to scream. Like fucking hell, this man was going to touch my son. I already failed him once by leaving Benny alone, and I wasn't going to do it again. I gritted my teeth together, waiting for the right moment. Just before he reached us, I set Benny down and screamed at him to run. My hand holding the stun gun flew out of my purse, and I jammed it in the man's side. I flicked it on and heard the current run, but nothing happened. He didn't flinch or react in any way. I smelled the burned fabric of his shirt, and he still didn't do anything. To my horror, I saw Benny just standing with wet eyes, unable to move. A hand as tight as a steel vice came down on my own and took the stun gun from me. He wrapped one arm around my neck to press my back against his chest, and I screamed, hoping someone would hear. Nothing worked. This man is far too strong for me to get away. "Please, I'll pay you more than what he's offering. My purse, all my cards are in there. You can take anything out of my purse, and... I choked on tears, trying to think of anything else I had to offer to save my son's life. "My body, you can do whatever you want with it. I'll sell it too if I have to save Benny. Just don't hurt." My body was tossed to the ground, and the man held onto my purse strap. Benny came running over, sobbing, seeing his mother mistreated in such a way. With my heart racing, I looked up to see the kidnapper actually looking through my purse. He paused at some lip gloss, as if he was considering taking it. What the fuck are you doing? Just grab them, Troy yelled, his rage boiling over. The stranger put the lip gloss back and found my wallet. He pulled out a small purple cardstock square, and a smile with sharp teeth came to his face. The wallet was returned, and the entire purse tossed at my feet. He held out the card, showing it was a stamp rewards card for a local ice cream place. All the stamps were filled out for a free waffle cone with 2 scoops. I'll take this payment if you don't mind. It was inside your purse, so it counts, he said. I didn't believe his words. He tucked the card away and turned towards Troy. His hands tucked inside his suit pockets and hunched over, but he still looked like a force of nature, walking towards my ex with purpose. Troy screamed at him to finish the job, and the man didn't turn back to us. His anger took over, and Troy pulled out a handgun from his pocket. I screamed and curled around Benny in case one of the bullets reached us. Each shot rang out through the empty park, sounding much louder than I expected from a small handgun. Raising my head, I saw a horrible sight. A bullet tore through the grey-haired man's ear. Blood spattered on the ground, and Benny went into a sobbing fit. Instead of crying out in pain, the man started to laugh. He doubled over like he couldn't breathe from laughing so hard. In a blink of an eye, he went from laughing a few steps away from Troy to knocking him to the ground. His scuffled dress shoe on Troy's chest, pinning him down. I didn't even see this man move. Troy's hands flew to the man's leg, trying to move it as he shouted and cursed. All his attempts to get free failed. 10 grand, I'll pay you 10 grand. She can't give you that. Don't they call you a mad dog? The kid shouldn't matter. Troy screamed, as if he hadn't just shot the man now standing on his chest. That money is what you think you're going to win off a bet tomorrow. You currently do not have the payment, and this lovely woman over there paid me in advance. Unlike you, she didn't promise me what she doesn't have. So I'm taking a job from her. After all, I haven't gotten a cent from you, and I do believe you were just going to kill me instead of actually ever handing over any money. That sounded like Troy. I honestly never expected him to find me because that would require him to pay a private investigator or to spend a good chunk of his own time tracking us down. I wasn't worth anything to that man until he found out he could sell his ex-wife and son to God knows who. Troy started to sputter out excuses, but the man pushed his foot down harder to cause him to start wheezing. He leaned over, his chest pressed against his knee to watch Troy's suffering face closer. When he turned his head to let our eyes meet, my body turned to ice. A pinprick of white light came from his pupils, and somehow his ear wounds started to close. This man wasn't human, and I didn't have any clue what he really was. I don't get paid to hurt people. I only kill them, but someone has to tell me to do it. So little lady, you've already paid. Do you want me to go through with the job? His smile got wider and teeth sharper. His face appeared more of a beast than a man's. I looked at the monster and the man I married. I realized then they were both monsters in their own way. I nodded my head, and that was enough. The deal was silently made. I didn't want my child to see what was going to happen. I stood up, ready to make a run for it and leave these two behind. Off in the woods, I saw some more lights from the eyes. Countless of them appeared in the dark. Out from a bush came a shape that made me gasp. A rotten bear with shining white eyes took one step into the clearing. The fur sagging off the thin frame and half the skull exposed. Such a creature should not be able to move around. I questioned my sanity at that moment. I turned to leave, but saw the man move his leg. He kicked Troy hard enough for me to hear ribs break and see his body fly a few feet towards the dead bear. A fun fact about bears is they just start eating you. You'll be lucky if you bleed out quickly from the attack. I heard the man shout with another wheezing laugh. My legs finally worked and I ran for our lives. I met my friend at the start of the park, her face with clear worry. I forced her inside a car and told her to drive. I could pick up my car later. I refused to tell her what happened besides my husband finding us, but won't be an issue any longer. She thought I killed him, but was a saint. She let us stay at her place for the night. My poor Benny is crying late into the night. I hope this happened to him young enough that the memories of the night faded in time. I called out of work for the first time the next day. I expected the police to come knocking at our door, but nothing happened. I hated leaving Benny with my friends so soon after everything that happened, but I needed to make sure of something. I told her I just wanted to pick up my car. I got on a bus to head to the park, only staying long enough to grab my car. But I drove down to the pier and found a spot to park. I looked around trying to find a certain person, knowing my stamp card expired tomorrow, so we had to be there today. By some miracle, I spotted the man with the grey suit jacket leaning against the wooden railing and looking out into the water. The grey clouds of the day matched his hair. He had a waffle cone in his hand and a brown paper bag in the other. The cone almost finished, with a few drops of bright blue ice cream on the side. I walked up to him, but stopped behind, unsure of what to say. He somehow sensed I arrived. Turning, he tossed the bag at me, which I thankfully caught. Your stun gun is in there. Oh, and about 60 grand in cash your husband won from his horse race today. I picked it up for you, he said in a calm voice and a shrug. What? I choked on my words, holding the heavy bag. I pressed it against my chest, feeling what must be a stack of bills inside. I shook my head, not believing he would simply hand this much money over. Why wouldn't you keep this? I never would have known about it, I questioned, and noticed people staring at us. I stepped closer to keep our conversation between ourselves. What kind of person would hand over a life-changing amount of money and kill a man for an ice cream cone? Not a person, I told myself. He wasn't human. Some sort of monster I never wanted to see again. I just wanted to know if Troy was dead or not. I don't need it, and a dead man doesn't either. And I think you earned this after being married to someone like that. Either way, I did my job. You still owe me a little bit though, he said, and finished off his cone with one big bite. I let him chew and wondered what he was talking about. If he didn't want money, then what? I thought back, trying to remember what I'd offered in such a state of panic. My words came back, and my stomach fell to the ground. You want me to... I asked, my mouth dry, and the words dying in my throat. You offered. You said I could do whatever I wanted with your body. We can get this done right here, he said, and his face turned into a smirk I wanted to slap. Here? You crazy? I hissed. I did offer my body, but that didn't mean I wanted to get arrested for bubbling indecency. He raised one hand and with his index finger tapped his right cheek until I got the hint. My face turned red, and I held the bag closer, threatening to rip it. I wanted to kill him with my bare hands. I got closer and kissed his cheek, face still red and anger simmering in my stomach. This bastard just wanted to tease me. Is that all you wanted me to do? I asked clearly. He got closer. His lips necked my ear, causing my body to tense up. His hand went to the bottom of my back and only touched the space with his fingertips. I smelled cigarette smoke on him, covering up an earthy, almost sweet smell. Did you want me to ask for more? He offered in a low voice. I jerked away, hating him as much as I hated the reaction my body had to his words. This man wasn't human, and I now killed my ex, and yet I shook for mixed signals. My face red and teeth clenched together, I shook my head, unable to speak. He laughed a harsh, wheezing chuckle, and I knew why he left it with just a kiss on the cheek. The soft moment and the suggestion afterwards made me question myself. For the rest of my life, I would curse what I felt for half a second, wondering if he pushed hard enough. I might go along with what he asked. Unable to help myself, I punched his arm. That caused him to laugh harder. Let's hope we never meet again. You need better taste in men, the man mocked and started to walk away. I really do, I admitted. I let the stranger leave, glad to not get his real name or know anything else about him. As the months passed by, I waited for the police to show up, and they never did. No one came questioning me about Troy going missing, and nobody was ever found. If it wasn't for the cash I hid away, I would have thought the whole thing didn't happen. Benny blocked out the night, but he started to have nightmares for a few months afterwards. That man we came across, whatever he was, just wanted to amuse himself. He didn't care about my life or Benny. He just kept me alive to tease me afterwards. Simple as that. Or he turned on Troy because he insulted him. Either way, I was thankful his odd personality let us live through the night. I hated Troy, I really did. But if I had the option of going back and never marrying him, knowing how it would turn out, I still wanted to go through with it. I have my son, who I love more than anything. The past 5 years of bad memories are well worth having him around every day. So the other night, my boyfriend's daughter and I were walking in the cemetery a few blocks from our house. We drove because we wanted maximum walking time with the toddler. We planned to play Pokemon Go. We entered through the main entrance, and after a few steps, I started feeling nauseous and worried. Anxious. Didn't know why, just ignored it. We wanted to check out the huge headstones towards the middle, so we headed that way. We noticed a car parked with its lights off, no front license plate, passenger and back doors wide open, and the man is halfway in the back seat. He's parked on one side of the big headstones, which ended up being priests. Monsignor and such. We walked through and the guy noticed us. He closed the doors that were open, then went around to the driver's side and got in the car. Sat there and just watched us. So we veered away from him and went down a different path. My daughter all of a sudden says, "They're so loud." Who? The rocks. They're talking to me. My mouth drops open. We didn't tell her anything about the cemetery or headstones. She has no idea what they are other than big rocks. We ended up leaving, and as soon as we drove away, my nausea eased up. I told my boyfriend about feeling sick, and he freaked out and explained EMF to me. Creepy. We went to the store and passed the cemetery on the way home again. His car was still there. He left after we pulled down our street we lived on. We've had one other paranormal experience with her before. This was the second time that afterlife, ghosts, spirits, something exists, and it's confirmed for me. Later that night, she was talking about the rocks again and said they were watching us. I said, "What did they look like?" She said, "Shadows." She said they looked like this, and then proceeds to make a worried expression. Told me they couldn't walk with us and had to stay by the rocks. Were the spirits warning us about the man? Or were there maybe some not so good spirits at that cemetery? So this story needs a little background to paint the full picture. So for those of you who don't know, Lou Gehrig was a Hall of Fame baseball player who played for the Yankees for 17 seasons. He's also the guy who died from and is the namesake of Lou Gehrig's disease. So Lou was an adamant fisherman and moved to our town and would spend his free time fishing in our bay, over where you can catch some pretty big stripers and bluefish. Back in the early 20th century, our bay always had water in it, but during the Great Depression, they built a bridge to an island and did a lot of public works. So now at low tide, we only have mud. So in 1941, Lou passed away at the young age of 38. So this is where my part of the story comes in. So my dad gets up early for work and would always see this eerie figure fishing off the rock pier in the dock. He would always vanish with the fog, and my dad would just assume leave to go to work. I had never seen him before, but my dad mentioned this man he saw every morning around 5 a.m, but we never really thought anything of it. Jump ahead to January of 2020, when I was working on a construction site and had to start waking up very early in the morning to get to Long Island by 6 a.m. Every morning, I would see the man fishing in the fog and never really thought much of it, until one particularly snowy day at low tide. So this morning, I saw the man fishing on the pier on a day where it was below freezing, with high winds and snow falling, which I thought was pretty strange, but to each his own. While I was sitting in traffic on I-95, something clicked in my head that makes no sense for someone to be fishing in these conditions. On top of the extreme cold, there was literally no water where he was fishing. Then, I started connecting the dots and realised he's always fishing at the same time, with or without water in the bay, and always vanished with the fog. For a while, my dad and I were joking around about the ghost of a fisherman, but didn't take long and didn't take seriously or give it much thought until we talked to some of our neighbours who have lived in the community a bit longer. and according to the old-timers, they claim it's the ghost of Lou. I cannot confirm these details, and I don't think anyone really can, because I wasn't alive in 1941. But allegedly, Lou was a regular at that fishing spot and was a big morning fisherman. And also allegedly, the ghost didn't appear there until shortly after he passed away. Anyway, I don't know if it's actually the ghost of Lou Gehrig, but I certainly hope it's a ghost. Otherwise, some poor soul has absolutely no idea that you need water to fish. I'm 16 and I live in Greece. I like going on long rides with my bike. It's relatively new, so I usually don't have trouble with it, like the chain dislocating or something. The last few times I went to ride my bike, I went to a small village that is conveniently near. So I decided to go there. At first it seemed like it was a good idea, because the moment I went there, the seaside view was amazing. And it goes very nicely along with the fort there. After the fort and the park accompanying it, there's just a relatively big street full of small houses, with a small port for fishing boats. If you go to the port, with an even more amazing view, there's a small forest full of olive trees near there. The forest is really small to be considered a forest, so let's just call it a small cluster of trees. Even though it's small in range, it was full of darkness. It was pitch black under the trees, as if something was blocking sunlight from going under the trees. That little cluster of olive trees was somewhere I both wanted and didn't want to go to at the time. But I ended up not going, because there was a fence. After going around the cluster of trees, I took a short, disappointed look at it, because I wanted to see how cool it would be there. I immediately regretted it. I saw something move. I have myopia, 15 degrees to be specific, which is a lot. And because of that, I couldn't make out what it was that moved. I stopped my bike to take a closer look, and I saw a four-legged thing. At first I thought it was a wolf that was really close, but it was far away and much bigger than a wolf. I didn't get a good look at it, but it looked 2 or 2.5 times my height. The worst part is, when it turns around, it looked directly at me, as if it knew I was looking at it. That was the moment I determined it wasn't an oversized wolf. It had human eyes, human teeth along with canine teeth, and a really long human nose. The lack of sunlight in the forest made it hard to see, so I might be wrong about some of its features. But its bright yellow glowing eyes are what scared me the most. It was like a ray of light was coming out of its eyes and was being pointed right at me. The moment it started to move, I realised I had a couple of seconds to look at it a bit more before it could start bucking it with the bike. It stood on 2 legs instead of 4, and it started chasing me, moving like a human. That's when I got on my bike and just went away as fast as I could. I didn't go to my hometown, I just wanted to get away fast. So without thinking, I went further away into the town, but that turned out to be a bad idea, because I saw another cluster of trees, and that's when I saw the true horror of the village. A very tall and skinny thing just standing there. At first I thought it was a tree, but it was moving with my bike, and I saw it had 2 legs. When all this was happening, it was 8 PM, so there was still a bit of sunlight. Though when I saw the skinny figure, I realised the wolf thing wasn't chasing me at all. It never left its tree cluster. So I thought the same thing would happen with the pole-looking thing. How wrong I was. Its legs were larger than I thought. They went all the way up to its head. It had no torso. And that's when I saw its arms. Oh God, its arms. They started off normally, but as I looked further down, its arms, they split multiple times as if they were branches, but with fingers at the end. That moment was perfect for me to go as fast as I ever could on my bike and go back home. As I was almost out of there, I took one last look at the thing. It had the same eyes as the other monster. Bright, glowing yellow eyes looking directly at me. I almost fell off my bike when the thing screamed. It was a very low frequency sound, but it went up gradually. I know it was the thing screaming because it opened its god-awful, terrifying mouth. It was like its small skinny head that looked like a straight line expanded like rubber to look like a sphere. After going home that night, which was yesterday, I decided to never go to that village ever again. I never told this story to anyone because they would tell me to stop trying to scare them and to piss you off. I was 20 years old and recently entered the gay dating world. Was seeing this guy for a bit. I introduced him to my best friend. My date suggested we all go on a late night drive along the rich country estates and past a massive shoe tree. I recently had 2 pairs of worn shoes and boots I didn't need, so I brought them to add to the tree collection. Despite my best friend's objections, I hung the 2 pairs of shoes. On the drive back to the city, my date googled the shoe tree at that intersection. Supposedly, people hang shoes on the tree to commemorate a couple that were murdered at that intersection a century ago. The next night, my date took me to the movies. We drove back to my house and chatted in the car at the end of my driveway. He was telling me about work when I noticed the porch light activated about 14 houses down the road. I noticed a figure in the driveway. They were very tall and wore a white flowing sheet over their head with distinct long sleeves. I pointed out to my date, and we both start getting a bit nervous as it's staring right at us, unmoving. After a minute, the figure turns towards the porch light. The light goes out, and the figure disappears. 2 houses closer to us, the porch light activates and the figure is standing on the porch, swaying back and forth. The light goes out and the figure disappears again. Again, 2 houses closer, the porch light activates and the figure is standing in the driveway. At this point, we're freaking out, and my date drives us away before it gets any closer. Eventually, I made it home, but I didn't get much sleep. The next day, my parents went out, and I was loading up the laundry in the basement. I heard my dad's footsteps come back in the house on the main floor. I must have forgotten something. I heard him walk from the front door to the back door, back and forth, over and over. As I go to check it out, I hear my dad climb the stairs to the top floor. I reach the main floor. The front door is still locked. My parents are gone, and someone is in my house. I don't know where the courage came from, but I ran up those stairs to confront them. When I reached the top floor, it was silent. There are 5 rooms upstairs, and the bathroom in front of me is the only room I can see inside perfectly. I run inside the bathroom and lock the door. The footsteps start again from one end of the hall to the other, slowly getting louder and louder, until they're stomping right outside the bathroom door. I yell, "Leave me alone!" and the stomping ends. My parents arrive a few moments later. These are the only 2 experiences I've ever had. All I know is I will never throw old shoes on a shoe tree ever again. My maternal grandfather died last April of May 2013 due to diabetic complications. My grandma died years before him already. After his death, his children subdivided their inherited land into 6 equal parts and lived in each. Years after, the eldest was experiencing financial difficulties. He was a public vehicle driver and was not earning much, so he decided to sell his inherited piece of land. He had a vivid dream of my dead grandfather, telling them that if he really sold the land, my grandpa would give them a sickness or disease. Unfazed, my uncle pushed through and sold his land. A few months after, he had a mild stroke and ended up having his left side of the body paralyzed. Around 4 or 5 years ago, the 5th sibling had a stroke too and got his head operated on. Went home, but died the next year. The 6th sibling also had financial difficulties and sold his land last year. Last March, he had a diabetic coma and died. The 4th sibling was found having a seizure by his co-workers. He was rushed to a public hospital and he had a stroke. Half of his body got paralyzed. He was responsive and talkative, but after 2 or 3 days, he died. He sold half of his lot last year due to pandemic-induced unemployment. The 2nd sibling's husband got into a bad motorbike accident this morning and hit his head really bad. He died at 3 p.m. at the hospital. My aunt said that last night, her husband blurted out his intention to sell my grandpa's old motorbike on Facebook. Are these just coincidences? Or is my grandpa being possessive of this earthly stuff? Or is there something fouler afoot? The first time I ever saw death was when I was 7. Before moving to the US, I lived in my aunt's house with my aunt's family, my mom and sister. The house only had 3 bedrooms, so my mom, sister, and I shared a room with one bed. One night after watching a movie, I woke up to something I'll never forget. As I opened my eyes, I saw a shapeless figure on the upper corner of the room. All of a sudden, I began shaking, crying, and screaming in fear all at the same time. Even though I was afraid of what was before me, I just couldn't look away. I began pulling on my mom, screaming at her to wake up and look, but she couldn't see anything. I don't remember the rest of that night. A few days went by, and my mom's boyfriend at the time came over to watch a movie. In the same room where I saw the figure, we all sat down, my sister and I on the floor, and my mom and her boyfriend on the bed. About 30 minutes into the movie, we began hearing a loud snoring sound coming from my mom's boyfriend. My mom began trying to wake him up, but it wasn't working no matter how hard she tried. After a few seconds, my mom's boyfriend fell on the floor and began spitting foam from his mouth and shaking uncontrollably. We called 911 and he's taken to the hospital where he died. Soon after the funeral, we had a pastor come into the house to pray over it. My mom told him what had happened to me a couple days prior and to her boyfriend's death, not expecting it to be relevant. He then walked up to the room where I saw the figure and was shocked. He explained to my mom that what I had seen was the angel of death, and that explained why he died in that room. Although I didn't see the figure often, when I do something bad, it always happens. I've been seeing it again recently, and all I can do is wait for something to happen. When we reached 10 years old, my cousin and I were allowed to play on the street, just outside my auntie's house. There was a busy lane which ran down beside the side of the house, where all the kids used to run up and down, kick a football around, ride the bikes, and generally mess around. I liked it because I had a long walkway to practice pushing my wheelchair without the danger of the main road, and my cousin, our friends and I spent hours of fun running and wheeling up and down that lane. There was a funny little dead-end alley just leading off the lane, which always had a weird vibe around it. There was only one house at the end of the dead-end alley, and all the kids used to call it. The house was different from all the other houses around it. The others were bright, colourful, and cheerful, full of life, with neighbours talking over the fences with one another, and always ready to tell us kids off for making too much row. The house down dead-end alley was always dark. Even on a sweltering hot summer's day, it always seemed to have a gloom hanging over it like a dark, ominous cloud. Obviously, we being merely 10 years old were banned by my mama and aunt from going anywhere near the alley, let alone the empty abandoned house. Although my older cousin and his mates, who were 13, hung around Dead End Alley from time to time, with the sole purpose of frightening his little sister and me, with horror stories of the house and its imaginary monstrous inhabitants. Having heard the rumours about the dark history of the house had the dubious reputation as a haunted house. One typical summer's day, my cousin and I were playing in the lane with our friends. We kept hearing a baby crying. Now being in the middle of a council estate, it's not uncommon to hear a baby cry, so we paid no attention. However, as the afternoon wore on, the baby's cry became louder and constant, almost deliberate. That got our attention, and we all decided to investigate the noise, so we stopped playing and began to look around. To our horror, after searching for the root of the noise, we realised that the baby's cries were originating from the front garden of the dead-end alley house. One of our friends, who was slightly older, said he would go nearer to have a look. We were all concerned by now, as it seemed obvious to all present that it was a real baby who was in distress. But everyone present also pleaded with him not to do it, but he was a very principled moral person, and his conscience overcame him. We waited for 10 minutes until he came back. He looked awful. His face was white as a sheet, and he looked physically shaken. He told us that he went into the garden, but there was no sign of a baby anywhere. His best mate asked him if he saw anything else, and just nodded and said, "I don't want to talk about it." Nobody forced the issue. In fact, I think everyone was secretly relieved about it. We left very quickly and returned to the safety of home. Years later, my cousin and I were talking to her mom, and she began to tell us about the history of the local area. The subject of the dead-end alley house came up. We were horrified by what my auntie told us. It still gives me chills talking about it now. In the 1940s, the area where their family lived was way more rougher than it was present day. Lots of domestic violence, gangs, prostitution, and unwed mothers. Also a high pregnancy rate, which is to be expected in some ways, what with the war. Along with it came a fair percentage of unwanted babies. It turns out that the house in Dead End Alley was a baby farm, where women took their babies that they couldn't look after or didn't want, to women or couples, and for a fee. They would take these abandoned infants in and find good homes for them. It was said by the locals that the couple running the baby farm were quite an unsavoury pair, and there were rumours at the time of coercion and intimidation of young unwed mothers to give the awful couple their babies, and neglect and abuse of their young charges. Then the scandal was uncovered. In the 50s, the remains of several infant babies were found in the front garden in a shed where the husband kept his gardening tools. The couple were obviously charged with murder, and because of the number of remains discovered, they were put away for a long time. We don't really know what the truth is of what happened that hot summer's day long ago, but my cousin and I have our theories. My family had always moved often, but out of all the homes we rented, this 3-bedroom, 1.5 bath was my favourite. We moved to this brick home in the rural parts of my state during the summer between my 5th and 6th grade. My parents would eventually move out when I was about 21 years old and serving in the military. I think the reason why we lived there longer than any other home was because the rent was cheap. The owners were the best people on the planet, and we had open access for hunting and exploring on the owners' surrounding 15 plus acres. My dad worked tobacco and hay for the neighbour across the street after his 9 to 5, and on the weekend to stay busy and raise a bit more money for us to live on. My mum could have her garden and not so much house to keep up. My older brother, younger sister and I would play in the basement, the old barn, and everywhere else we could get to. I really grew up in this place. To give a bit of background on myself while I lived there, I was a homebody. I liked, and still do, my alone time to do whatever I wanted and enjoy a quiet house. So anytime that I could stay home alone, I would. My brother was off with his friends, my sister off doing something with the church group, mom out getting groceries, dad in the fields. I had a lot of time just to hang out. Now this house, I had always estimated that it had to have been built in the 1950s or 60s. Brick house, ranch style, with a basement. Possibly the 70s. I just tried looking it up online, and popular real estate sites have no data on when it was first built. All parts of the house seem too original to it. The kitchen, all blue half bathroom, aluminium storm doors, single pane wooden windows, all except for the original room, built on with old vinyl sliding. Nothing really seemed out of ordinary about this place. I remember on so many occasions in which I would be home alone, working on some project in the old basement, when I would hear the storm door open and my dad's heavy boots walk through the kitchen to get lunch or something. I would go up and say hi, and there he would be. But there were almost just as many times when I would go up there, and there would be nobody. No truck in the driveway, no nothing. But I heard it all. I spent many nights, this is in the mid to late 90s mind you, where I would stay up in the living room until 3, maybe 4 in the morning. I would stay up and flick through the dozen or so antenna channels. Nothing but garbage on television, but I would stay up anyway. It was quiet. The way the couch was situated, I could see all the way down the hallway, and the television was against the wall, so that if I laid on the couch, I would see down the hall right past my feet. The hall was my 12 o'clock. The TV was my 11. One night, Somewhere around 2 or 3 in the morning, while watching TV and my household asleep, I saw her. An older woman with a dress, white blouse, and hair in a bun, walking from the right bedroom to the left. I sat up, stared and listened for the bedroom doors to shut, but heard nothing. I eventually got up and checked the hallways. All doors were shut. I gently rapped on the door where I saw the woman go, my younger sister's room. No answer, so I gently opened the door. She was asleep in bed, hair down and in shorts and a blue tank top. Mom had short hair. I decided to go ahead and call it a night. I must have fallen asleep and dreamed. I'm going to go ahead and fast forward to several years when my folks moved out of town and finally bought their first home. A place very much like the one I grew up in. It was Halloween 2008. Many years had passed since seeing this old woman, and I never once had thought about telling anyone about it. We decided to watch a ghost hunt live broadcast by some famous TV paranormal investigators, and our conversation turned towards personal experiences. That's when I brought up the old house. I told them, I've often wondered if the other house had something going on. Sometimes I thought I heard footsteps, but found nobody home but me. Mom replied, "Oh yeah, I've always thought that. Never wanted to upset all of you though. Seemed harmless to me though. One time, real late, I saw a woman in the hallway." My eyes must have gone wide. I said, "White blouse, dress?" Mom, quietly, "Hair in a bun." I thought often about that conversation. About a year later, after my interest had piqued enough that I wanted to try and investigate known hauntings, which I never really did, I was able to get in touch with the owners. Mom and Dad still had their numbers. I received the funniest answer from them when I asked about possibly checking it out for any hauntings. "We miss your parents. They stayed there for longer than most of our other tenants. We have some good people in there now, and we don't want them to get scared away from someone asking about ghosts." He meant that in a sincere way, not a threatening or dismissive way. But I will say, you're not the first to have mentioned something to us about the place being haunted. He wouldn't say any more, but I wouldn't have forced it. I left it at that. I'm alright with that being my answer. I've driven past the place 2 other times since. Yeah, getting teary-eyed at my fond memories where I grew up. But every time I think about that place, I can't help but also remember what I experienced when I was alone. Back when I was in college, me and my brother were living in the same apartment in Manila. Our room is at the back of the apartment building, where the access to our water tank and circuit breakers is, because this room is cheaper. The only way you can get to our room is through a thick metal door. I'm a nursing student, and sometimes I'm on night duty, so my brother and I don't see each other often. Then one day, my brother was angry at me and asked if I was leaving our keys to other people. And I told him, of course not, why would I do that? And he said, because I couldn't sleep last night. Someone keeps knocking on our door. I told him that's probably our neighbour's door you're hearing, which is actually quite impossible given the location of our room. I find it ridiculous until it happens to me. It was in the afternoon. I was sleeping as I was from my night duty when I heard someone knocking on our door. Thought it was my brother. I was mad. I asked him, "Don't you have your keys?" And when I open it, no one is there. I still have my doubts. Maybe it's some kind of acoustic illusion or whatnot, so I just ignore it. It happened several times more. It even happened when me and my brother were in our room together. We're trying to investigate what it is. After we heard the knock, we even rushed to go outside and open the metal door, check if someone is pranking on us, check if it's coming from somewhere else. We tried to find out what it is scientifically, but the knock is really coming from our wooden floor. So I theorized a plan to get rid of it. Back when I was in college, we had to submit a thesis as a requirement. Me and my group were doing research in Manila Boys Town. This is where miners who are in conflict with the law are sent, and this place is said to be haunted. Though this place looks nice, full of trees, fresh air, it feels that this place is very depressing. Most of these children have a history of abuse from their parents or relatives, so you can see the psychological reason why these children have committed crimes. Some children have even committed suicide. But what makes this place more haunted is because one of its buildings caught on fire and killed some children. So in my theory, one of the spirits of these children followed me. I think spirits are attracted to extreme emotions. That's why it followed me. I was emotionally disturbed at that time because I found out my mother is having an affair while my father is working abroad. I could also relate to these children, as I was also a victim of abuse when I was younger. So what I did was, I told the spirit to follow me again, and we'll go back to Manila Boys time. Then we went back. I said a short prayer, and went back again to our apartment. And guess what? The knocking stopped. And to be honest, it's not a scary experience for me. I don't know why. Maybe the spirit is not evil. I hope these children eventually find peace here on Earth, or in the afterlife. Throughout my life, especially between the ages of about 8 to 18, I've experienced many odd and unexplainable things in my home. Some memories include, one night I was playing Xbox in my lounge, and my kitchen is visible if you turn around when facing the TV. On this night, I know for a fact I was not tired, and I went to stretch, and when I did so, I could see a lady in a white Victorian dress, black hair, standing in the corner of the kitchen just watching me. I stayed for about 10 seconds, and only when I looked away and back was she gone. This moment I'll never forget. Furthermore, often if there's a chair outside in our courtyard and I walk past, I used to often see a little girl just sitting in the chair, but when I look again, she's gone. Also one night, I was having a dream that about 5 people were standing around my bed, and I felt a pinch on my back that made me wake up. And the same 5 figures were standing around my bed in the exact same locations. However, they were pitch black. Furthermore, my brother has told me of many experiences he has had in his room at night, ranging from sleep paralysis and seeing figures by his door. Till this day, I refuse to sleep in his room or enter his room in the dark, as I always get a bad vibe from it. There have also been numerous times when my family would be sleeping, and it would sound like glasses being shattered in the kitchen. Our parents even used to blame us, but then they also saw that nothing was broken and that we were not anywhere near the kitchen. I've often had a great fascination towards the paranormal and feel as if I could sense things around me that some people cannot. What follows occurred in 2005, when I was going through a very messy and painful divorce. Looking back, I remember fighting so hard for so long to keep it together in a situation which was a lost cause for years. I set the stage this way to help you, the reader, understand that for months as this dragged on, I was not in a good place at all. And so it was on a certain night, after another day of too many cigarettes and far too much dark anguish, that I laid there wanting to go to sleep. Sleep was difficult during this time for me, but at some point I did fall asleep. And at some point, the following experience happened. I found myself standing in about a foot of fresh snow, which at the time I thought was interesting since it was summer in the waking world. The dream was lucid in that I remember looking behind me and there were no footsteps in the snow. I didn't walk there. It was night, and based on the enormous tree line surrounding me that I could make out in the moonlight, I was in the middle of some vast forest. In front of me was a small cabin, lit from the inside, with smoke trailing from the chimney. It was then that I started to feel the cold, and so I walked up to it. I knocked on the door and was shocked when my father answered the door. He had died in 2000, and we were extremely close. I couldn't believe it, and for a few minutes it was hugs and tears, and somehow I had all these pictures of my daughters in my pockets all of a sudden. So I was taking them out and showing them, telling him stories. He was patiently smiling, but I could tell that he was listening for my benefit. And it soon set in that he had seen every one of these moments with me and my kids. Seen everything. And I still hold on to this day that he watches over my girls. Something struck me though as odd once I began to take this all in. My dad was not the rustic type. In fact, he hated camping, etc. In looking around, I could see the place was filled with books that had made it comfortable. but this didn't really feel like his place, if you catch my drift. I must have mentioned that because I watched his face change into something a bit more somber, and he answered, "It's because I don't really belong here. I'm supposed to be somewhere else." I didn't understand what he meant, and he must have read it on my face. He read on, "I'm here for you, son. I came here to this place to help you, but we're running out of time. You're here because I have something to show you." In the next instant, we were back in the snow behind the cabin. The moon was really bright, I remember, because I could see pretty clearly. We were standing in front of this gigantic kennel with a high fence all around it. I was confused. It was then that I could see two large shadows moving in the shadows in the back. I began to hear the sounds they were making, and I'll never forget it. It was like a growl and a whine at the same time. I think they sensed who I was or something, because they shot forward into the light, and I saw them for the first time. They were two huge black wolves, but so horrible looking. They were so enraged, and at the same time so sick. Their hair was matted in filth, and gone altogether in sickly patches, with bloody spots where they had bitten themselves or each other. They were throwing themselves at the fence, almost blindly to get at me. I remember they were biting at the fence until their mouths were bloody. Once or twice, they bumped into each other, and then they would immediately tangle in a bloody, violent fight. Dark blood fell on the snow. Somehow, I knew that this must have been going on for a very long time. The whole scene was so frightening, so repulsive, and so confusing. Again, this sort of thing was so out of character for my dad, who loved animals. I asked him why he was doing this. Why are you keeping these things around? I remember my dad's face, so kind, but pained too, I could see. He said, "Son, don't you understand? This is what I'm here for, in the middle of nowhere, hidden a way out of here. I'm here to help you." He motioned to the kennel. "Those two wolves are your anger and your fear, and they're tearing everything apart. I came here to keep them here, to keep you safe. But son, I can't hold them any longer. You can't hold them here any longer. They'll destroy everything. You aren't going to live much longer like this." I stood there in the silence. Even the wolves had fallen silent, and I wanted to cry. All of it came into view. The beating myself up, the huge toll it was taking on me, my mental and physical health, all coming to the point where I was actually facing my own death. I knew that part to be true. I could be dead within days. All of it was because someone didn't love me. What was actually doing the most damage, what was killing me, was that I refused to love myself. I could tell by my dad's face that he saw me coming to this realization, and he smiled in relief. "Are you ready?" he asked. I was terrified they would attack me, but I knew there was no choice. With the whole world watching, it felt like I walked up with as much courage as I had and flung open the gate. With that growling whine that was deafening, the wolves leapt out of the kennel, finally free. They stood there for a moment, locking eyes with me, their hair standing on end. For a second, I thought they were going to kill me, payment for keeping them in a cage. And finally, without a look back, they charged together in the forest. Where they went, I don't know. I remember looking at my dad, not knowing what to do next. There were no more words, just a feeling that the experience was over. I knew that this place would never be here again for me, but my father would, which was more than enough. And it was then that I woke up. It was early morning. I felt mentally and physically drained, somehow not the same. But there was also a knowing that the worst was behind me, that I was not going to die yet. The wolves were released. Day by day, I slept better. As the moving day approached, I found myself looking forward to a new life. My girls and I had the best adventures when we were together, great memories we talk about to this day. I owe much of that turning point to my dad, who put himself in a cabin in the middle of some nowhere to keep me from tearing myself apart. What I'm about to discuss started happening from a young age and occurred until I was around 18. I'd like to say I don't believe it actually happened, but the creepiness of it and how it made me feel for those 13 years has stuck with me. 1996, age 5. My mom always read me a bedtime story when she put me to bed, and I always fell asleep. This particular night I didn't fall asleep, and she stayed with me a while longer until she fell asleep herself, and I was still awake. I was kind of bored and just looking around the room. I looked up at the window, positioned behind my bed, and even though the blinds were closed, I was able to see through the cracks in the turned down blinds. I immediately saw 2 reddish eyes looking in. I thought they were eyes because I kept looking for a while. They were moving around a little like they weren't completely stationary, and then appeared to blink. I immediately turned over and woke up my mom. She said it was just a dream and to go back to sleep, but to this day, I swear I had never slept and was awake. My bedroom window was above our balcony, but you would have to be really tall or on a ladder to see into my window from it. I don't have any siblings, and my dad was asleep when this happened. Not long after that, I did have a nightmare about what I saw. I dreamed that it was a wolf-like animal, and my dad was fighting in the hallway to our bedrooms. I woke up and immediately knew it was a dream. But to this day, I still don't think what I saw initially was a dream. I developed a deep fear of the dark because of this. 2007, age 16. From 1996 to 2007, I'd never seen any occurrence like what I saw that first night, but I switched to turning my blinds upwards so I couldn't see outside. For some reason, even before the nightmare, I had decided it was a wolf-like animal. Not sure why. I still had a deep fear of the dark. Since it happened, I would intermittently have a feeling like something was watching me, or I wasn't alone. Sometimes it felt like an unfriendly presence, and other times it felt comforting, like something was protecting me. I once went a year without getting the feeling, and it hit me when I was driving home from a friend's house in the middle of the day. The drive from my friend's house was about 20 minutes of rocky barrens with patches of forest. An unfriendly presence hit me so hard that I pulled over, checked the car, and got out of the car. I climbed up a small cliff next to the roadside to look out over the barrens, but there wasn't anything there. I got back in the car and kept driving. I visited this friend a lot, and I started to find that feeling would hit me at the exact same spot in those barrens, day or night, but only in the night around my parents' house. This same friend slept over one night. We went out onto my deck so we could have a cigarette, and I got the feeling of an unfriendly presence. At this point in life, I was screaming at myself that I was being irrational. There was nothing there. I didn't see a wolf-like creature, I just thought I saw it. As I was thinking this, I realized my friend was looking out into the small patch of forest behind my house, squinting. I asked her what was wrong, and she said she could swear she saw something watching us and moving around, like a dog, but a lot bigger. At this point, I was shitting my pants and coaxed her inside. I'd never told her about this story, so she would have never known about my speculations. 2009, age 18. Still haven't seen any evidence myself since I was 5. Only my friend's observations, which aligned with what I think I saw as a kid. I still felt like something was intermittently watching me, both at home, on the drive to that same friend's house, and even around where she lived. I started dating someone that lived not too far away from her, so we all hung out a lot. At this point, I'm still scared of the dark. Sometimes I would walk down a trail by myself and would be completely fine. Other times I was crippled with fear and ran or had someone lead me. One time camping, I felt the presence so bad that I had to get my boyfriend to lead me to our tent while I shut my eyes and covered my ears. I didn't sleep at all that night. Every noise scared the shit out of me, and it didn't help that other people were around. I remember driving home the next day, and I did feel like something was watching me, but this was one of those times that it felt comforting, more comforting than it had ever felt before. 2010, aged 19. Driving over to see the same boyfriend, I realized I hadn't felt that feeling like something was watching in a long time, probably since I had that last comforting feeling. I drove through the barrens almost every day, and without that feeling popping up. It was just like that. I moved away from my hometown soon after. Present day, age 29. No more sightings, no more feelings like something is watching. My crippling fear of the dark went away, and even though the dark still makes me feel uneasy, I prefer to go for runs at night. I've lived back home for a while, but mainly lived in the city and have since moved out of the province entirely. To this day, it's never returned and appears to have just stopped abruptly, but it's probably the thing that stuck with me the most over the years, since I was a kid. From 2008 to 2013, my uncle owned a bakery where I worked during my college years. The building itself was a very old one, and was basically just a long rectangle shape. We divided it up into 3 rooms and added the actual bakery part onto the back. The first room was a storefront with a door to the right that led into our cake decorating room. It's what it sounds like. A room where we would decorate cakes, store things, and just use it as a general back room. Continuing through that room was the second back area with freezers and the storage closet, and a mini office room divided off from it. Continuing from there through the original back door was the bakery. Anyway, that building had actually been a lot of things in life. There were multiple bars, a hair salon at one point, and it was even a brothel. This was a place where some pretty famous gangsters also passed through back in the day, so even its basement had hidden rooms from the times of Prohibition. But this is all just backstory for what the building itself is and was. As for what happened to us working there, it was just a lot of strange things. The first thing I can ever remember happening was the cupcake holder flying across the room. We kept it on a shelf on the right side of the cake decorating room by the door, and one day we heard a loud crash that scared the heck out of us. Me and my coworker went back there to see what fell or broke, and to our surprise, we found the cupcake holder all the way across the room, by the other door laying on its side. We didn't think much of it though, as this was before we even would suspect a ghost or whatever. The second event occurred maybe a year or so later, and happened in the middle of the night, while my uncle and the other staff were baking. One of our co-workers turned around to see what appeared to be a little boy, with an old-looking hat on. It freaked her out, but apparently she was a part of some ghost hunting team, and said she was used to this sort of thing. That night, I remember me and my parents went over there as well, but of course, we didn't see anything. After this, things started getting a little more weird and annoying. Things would randomly go missing and show up in other places. We'd hear loud footsteps in the back as someone headed to the front. But rather than opening the door and walking into the storefront, they would stop at the door and no one would be there when we opened it to look. Same thing would happen a lot in the back room as well, where you'd hear someone's boots climbing up the ramp from the bakery, but vanish at the top of the ramp. Eventually, my uncle started calling it Little Jimmy. And whenever something weird would happen, we would just blame it on him. Strange things like this continued for years, up until we had to close down. Now, the place has been reopened as yet another bar, and I can't help but wonder if they experienced the same things as we did. One night, me and my co-workers decided to play with a Ouija board outside of work. We talked to a girl named Quinn, who said she was a demon. She seemed pretty cool till towards the end of talking to her. We decided we needed to head home because it was like 2 a.m, but she wouldn't let us say goodbye until we promised that if we ever used the Ouija board again, that we would talk to her. About a week later, the place where we worked caught on fire. So a few days after that, we went to the lake and used the Ouija board again and asked for Quinn. We asked if she started the fire, and she told us that she did. Then it seemed like Quinn got scared or overpowered because the board started acting up, spelled Zozo, and started counting backwards. We quickly said goodbye and moved the planchette to goodbye. About 2 weeks later, I was driving to my friend's house. I should mention that the friend was a girl I was seeing at the time, and she was cheating and using me. I didn't know this at the time. I guess Quinn knew because she seemed mad, protective, and jealous when me and my friends mentioned the girl's name the first time we used it on the Ouija board. So on the way to her house, I hydroplaned and flipped my truck. I have to add, the Ouija board in the truck. Some people driving down the road stopped to help get the door open, and I climbed up and out. When the cops arrived, they made sure I was okay and said they had to write me a ticket just because of the accident. I don't have the ticket anymore because this happened about 4 years ago, but the address site of the accident was Route 666, Virginia. To give a little background, I go to UNCA, which is located in the Appalachian Mountains. Creatures such as bears and opossums are often spotted walking around campus, which kind of makes the college experience more interesting, especially when you're walking around at night. So one night at around 11 PM, I decided to go outside and walk around the track field that's adjacent to my dorm building to clear my head and stuff. Keep in mind that I've done this plenty of times before, and I've had no weird experiences until that night. So I started walking laps around the track, and by the time I made my third lap, I came up to this part where to my right is a steep slope with bushes covering it. Getting closer to it, I started hearing what sounded like something moving in the bushes on the slope. I wouldn't have really taken notice of it if it weren't for the fact that it sounded like footsteps. Like usually if it were a small animal, the noises it'd make while moving through bushes would be lighter and more scattered. So I immediately came to the conclusion that it was probably a black bear, and that I was about to have my first encounter with one. But as I continued to stare into the bushes, I saw no movement whatsoever. The footsteps sounded like whatever it was should have been on the slope, and yet I saw no black mass moving through the bushes, nor any bushes moving around due to movement. Something that I also noticed was that the footsteps sounded very human, and they were at a consistent slow beat. So at this point I'm freaked out, because I have no idea what the fuck is walking or crawling through those bushes. So, like the white dude I am, I decided to yell out, "Hello? Is anyone there?" As soon as I said that, the footsteps stopped. This deafening silence lasted for around 10 seconds before they resumed again, but this time they sounded like they were getting closer, and yet I still saw no signs of movement. Scared shitless, I finally gathered the courage to bolt the fuck out of there, and I got to my dorm safely. Again, I have no idea what it was, as I never saw it. All I know is that it was something big. I've heard enough stories to know that there are definitely weird creatures like Wendigos in Appalachia, but I'm not sure if that's what was stalking around in those bushes. What do you guys think? I've been very intrigued by this phenomenon. I've had 2 people I was close with, unrelated individuals, who predicted their death fairly accurately, or within a few weeks of the event happening. One of them was my friend who was 35, and he would just talk casually about dying soon and alone, without a wife and kids. Never seemed to bother him, but like it was more of a statement of fact. He told me the last time we hung out outside of work that he was glad he got to know me, and I was a good dude. No terminal illness or anything. Died a couple of weeks later in a car wreck. The other was a friend of mine that was 28. He one day looked at me and told me that he didn't think he would make it to 30. No medical conditions, no dangerous lifestyle or hobbies, run-of-the-mill career and uneventful life. Died about 2 months after this conversation to a brain aneurysm. Fast forward to now, and I think I understand how they felt, although my situation is different. For about the last year, I, 29 male, have been feeling similar thoughts and feelings. Things like the fact that I won't be around much longer. I'm not afraid, which is weird, and I'm not depressed or anxious, no history of it. It's just this feeling I have, super strong and hard to shake. Long story short there, I should have died when I got sepsis, and it got into my bloodstream 4 months back. Now next week, I'm undergoing surgery that requires me to be put under general anesthesia. Granted, this is a generally safe thing to do, and millions of people do it yearly without harm. Again, I'm not nervous, but it feels like this is it for me. Almost like the end of a chapter or closing a book. I didn't just start thinking about this because of the surgery coming up, as I'm sure some of you are thinking. I hope I'm not right, but just in case I am, I'm writing my wife and my kids separate letters to open in the event of my passing. I'll mention these feelings to my wife in the letter, but not my kids. They're still young, under 10, so I'll just make sure how much they're loved. I'm almost as skeptical as they come, but when it comes to paranormal things, along with religion and such, but some things are hard to ignore. Anyone else ever have a loved one or someone close to them predict their death within a reasonable margin? I try to be as logical as I can when I have an experience or something out of the ordinary happens to me or around me. So I always look for an explanation, mostly to calm myself. Every once in a while, I'll be sitting at my computer desk and notice something out of the corner of my eye. I always get a little rush of nervousness when I do, but I can always tie it to something. When I do notice something, I don't particularly rush to turn around and see what it is, since it happens enough to where it doesn't really concern me for whatever reason. This time, it was different. I was on PlayStation talking to a friend when it happened, and I turned very, very quickly to my left. And I see what appears to be a figure standing looking at me and quickly falling, but falling to its side, so the couch is covering it when it goes down, blocking it from my line of vision. Now this was only for a split second, but I still remember very vividly the description of the figure. It was a girl, maybe 4'8" to 5 feet, wearing a white sleeveless dress with very slim arms. She had what seemed to be a plague doctor mask on with a Native American headdress on top of it. When I saw this, I went dead silent as the biggest fear I had ever felt came over me. My friend on PlayStation kept talking, and I didn't say anything because, like I said in the beginning, I believe we can manifest things, and I didn't want to be that the case. I never give these types of things the attention they deserve, but I knew I had to walk over and check it out. So I walked over, and the fear got bigger and bigger. I kept telling myself nothing should be there, but also that something was there. When I got to the front of my couch where it should have been, nothing was there, and I was almost confused, because it felt like something was, or at least should be there. Didn't talk about it in my apartment, but mentioned it to a couple of friends, and they are split on this. What gets me is the super specific description that I could make out. I don't have a connection to anything it was wearing, not even games I play or shows I watch. Has anyone seen something similar, or had an experience like this? Some years ago, I lived in a haunted trailer with my ex-wife and 2 daughters. It was an old, ugly trailer, coloured yellow with brown trim. It had a carport and a porch. The deck was falling apart, so we dismantled it nail by nail. The trailer was made in 1973. At first, things were fine, but after a few months, we started to notice things going missing, like my ambient and my left shoe. They would turn up in odd places. Then, the doors slamming the toilet flushing, even after I had my uncle, a plumber, replace the inside parts. One day, my oldest daughter at age 3 was having a conversation with something in her room. I asked who she was talking to, and she said our baby brother didn't come along until 2008. Then, there was the shadow men that would come out at night. One night I was on my desktop in the middle of the trailer, and I got up and looked toward the back bedroom, and I saw a cloaked, hooded black figure. It looked at me and then went further into the bedroom. I ran in there, but found nothing, but now my ex-wife sleeping. We would also notice a black smoke coming from the bedroom closet. We had a female friend who stayed with us when she had National Guard drill who noticed the activity. My mum was babysitting one night when we went out for our anniversary, and she said she felt like she was being watched the entire time. After a while, we started talking to the entity, things like, "What's new?" or "How was your day?" And the activity stopped, as long as we did this. Eventually sold with the trailer. Not sure there's any activity going on still. This is an entirely real story. In July of 2019, I went to Hawaii with my then girlfriend and now wife for a vacation. The first night there, we lay jet-lagged talking about nothing. It was very late. I had my eyes closed and had been suffering from severe anxiety recently, which led me to initially ignore the sudden bright burst of light which bled through my closed eyelids and gave them a reddish colour. I was ready to ignore this light burst, but my girlfriend then asked, "What was that?" I held a contained attitude, typical of anything I assumed to be supernatural, and expressed relief that she saw it too. She had her eyes open, and according to her, the room just got very bright for a quick moment. Snap your fingers, and it was that fast. She describes it as a green so bright, it may as well have been white. What makes this story even crazier is that the Mona Surfrider Inn is listed as one of the most haunted hotels in America. I swear to you, I did not know this prior to looking it up during the following days to the event. Also, we had blackout shades on the windows. This was not an errant light that flooded our room from the room below. This was, as far as I can tell, a genuine encounter with the spirit. Some other events took place while sleeping here, but nothing as significant or as obviously as real this was. I grew up in a very haunted house with lots of activity. My aunts, uncles, cousins, friends, siblings, and parents all have very interesting and disturbing personal stories, and now I'm questioning why I haven't shared any of those yet. But the point is, I'm familiar with paranormal activity. Here's what happened to me 4 nights ago and why I'm seeking help. I spent 3 days returning home from vacation. On day 1, myself and another driver drove 10 hours to our first overnight destination in Sheridan, Wyoming. For some reason, I was feeling very down and depressed. I've been very stressed in my everyday life, and the thought of going back to that after a beautiful vacation was weighing over me. We booked a hotel online quickly at the Roadway Inn. When we arrived, the place was very clean, and I was pleased to be there after a 10-hour drive. This particular place had a main room with a bed, TV, couch, bathroom, and an additional door that led to another small room with a bed. I opened the door to the adjacent room and immediately felt a heavy, dark, and sad energy. I shut the door and said, "Nope, you can sleep in there." I've often felt energy in rooms I didn't like, so I shrugged it off after that and chose not to sleep in there. Shortly after, I decided to take a hot bath. As I was taking a bath, I felt an extreme wave of sadness come over me, and I began sobbing. I chalked it up to my feelings of depression that day, but it's definitely not normal for me. I immediately got into bed and tried to sleep. I was exhausted from hardly getting any sleep at all on the trip, so I was falling asleep quickly. Every time I fell asleep, I would be jerked awake immediately, feeling often that I was being grabbed, and there was always a disturbing image associated with this disruption. I felt a heavy darkness around me. I felt tingly almost around my head, and like there was a swirling of energy. I felt like a kid again, not wanting to move. This went on consistently for about 30 minutes, and then I decided to take a sleeping pill. I'm very sensitive to medications and was soon asleep, sleeping through the night. I woke up the next day and left right away to get driving. The problem I'm having is that ever since that night, I've changed. I'm constantly paranoid, looking over my shoulder, very depressed, periodically crying multiple times throughout the day. I feel off and out of sorts, not connected to reality, non-functioning. I don't feel alone when I'm sitting here alone right now. I feel as if this thing has attached itself to me. I've asked it to leave multiple times. Today is day number 3 of feeling like this. If you've made it this far, I want to thank you and also ask for any advice. I need to fix this immediately. A few years ago, I finished college and moved back in with my mum, who lived in a medium-sized town an hour or 2 from Birmingham, England. Shortly after that, her and her boyfriend decided to buy a house together and eventually settled on a big modern house built on the other side of town. It had rooms for all of us, me and my 2 brothers, as well as a partial attic conversion that would serve as a bedroom for my mum's boyfriend's son when he came to visit. It was a nice house with a big kitchen, a huge conservatory, and 3 bathrooms. One connected to the kitchen downstairs, one upstairs, and an ensuite accessed by a short corridor that ran behind the stairs and connected to the master bedroom my mum and her boyfriend had. Right from the off though, The house made me uneasy. Perhaps because of its facing. It was always dim inside. And Mum's boyfriend would avoid putting the heating on at all costs, meaning it was always a little cold too. Still, it was big. There was lots of space, and we all happily moved in and got down to the business of unpacking. As I mentioned before, my room was connected to the attic by a staircase. The staircase actually extended down into my room itself, and had a banister but no dividing wall. It also did not have a door to the attic at the top. I would hear things up there at night, often coming semi-awake in the early hours to bumps and scrapes, and even what sounded like footsteps. This was a modern house though. The previous owners had been its only previous occupants, so I put the noises down in the cold light of morning to birds or something. Even so, they made me uncomfortable. I was glad I hadn't opted for that room. About 2 weeks after we moved in, I woke up in the night to the familiar sensation of a screaming bladder. I was 21. I liked a beer, so this was nothing new. I got up briefly and opened my door, which faced the staircase down to the ground floor. Immediately, I was struck by a sense of dread. The house was in darkness, but midway down the stairs it seemed much, much darker, almost thick, as though if you were to put your hand out into it, you'd meet resistance like pushing your hand into a treacle. I went quickly to the toilet on the second floor, did my business, and went back to bed, though my attention stayed on my bedroom door for quite some time before I eventually went back to sleep. This would happen regularly. I went to the toilet at night, and it became readily apparent over the next few weeks that everyone else was reluctant to go downstairs to the toilet there in the dark, even if the second floor loo was occupied. Other family members would wait for whoever was in there to finish, even though logically it'd be quicker to go downstairs. Some years later, discussing that house around wine, we all agreed that the darkness on the stairs was somehow too dark and sort of expectant. Nothing really ever came of that patch of darkness, mind, because none of us had the balls to walk into it. So, to the attic for now then. I should give you some background on my mum's boyfriend's son. He was the same age as my brother Glenn, 17, but he was closer mentally to my youngest brother, Anthony, who was 15. He was odd, sociopathic. He'd push people's buttons just to see them squirm. He'd torment our two cats. I've always said that if I heard he was arrested for murder, I'd be utterly unsurprised. When he stayed, he'd stay in the attic room above mine, and I'd hear him moving around at silly times of the night, pacing around in there seemingly at random, making strange noises, I believe, to either wake me up or creep me out. It was his thing. A while after we moved in, he bought a big two-handed wood chopping axe for no apparent reason and kept it up there. He once swung it at the head of one of Glenn's friends and stopped a few inches before hitting him because he thought it'd be funny. Like I said, I heard things from the attic even when he wasn't there. I'd taken a job at a pub nearby and sometimes didn't finish work till 3 a.m. On nights like that, rather than wake people up, I'd sleep on one of the oversized sofas in the conservatory. In truth, I'd sleep in there more and more often during my time there. I wouldn't be woken up in the middle of the night, wouldn't have to deal with my boyfriend's son's oddities, and wouldn't have to confront that patch of eerie darkness on the stairs. Before long, I'd been offered a full-time job in the next town over and moved out. Boyfriend's son got more erratic after I left. The boyfriend himself became more controlling, drank more, and wouldn't hear a bad word against his increasingly unstable son. Eventually, Mum and her boyfriend broke up, and she and my two brothers moved out, but not without incident. My mum called me up one night out of the blue, rattled as all hell, and asked if I was free to have a drink. It was pretty late, but something in the way she asked told me she really needed to see me. She and her boyfriend had all but split up. He was drinking a bottle of vodka a night and passing out on the couch, and things were pretty tense. Fortunately, her boyfriend's miscellaneous meant he could afford to give her half of the money for the house outright, and she was just waiting on the keys to her new place. That night, though, she had been getting ready to go out and see her sisters. She was in the ensuite, just out of the shower, and opened the door back into the master bedroom, when she heard something rush from the bedroom towards her. Quickly, she slammed the door, only to hear the bang of the unseen thing hit it. My mum yelled, and her boyfriend, already quite drunk, rushed upstairs thinking she'd fallen over. Of course, nothing was there. No marks on the door. But my mum knew that something had run full tilt at her and thrown itself bodily at the door. They moved out a few days later, but I often wonder what it must be like for her loser boyfriend and his psychotic son, alone in that big dim house at the top of the hill, with noises in the attic, stairs that are just a shade too dark, and perhaps something more substantive lurking in the shadows. "20 or so years ago, I lived in rural Wales, in a tiny village near other tiny villages, probably most recognisable from the hotel featured in the first episode of the detective show Hinterland. My best friend lived in the next village over, and there were 2 routes between his and my house. The roadway, which took an hour and a half, and a path through the forest that took half an hour and required crossing the Miners' Bridge. The Miners' Bridge got its name because it was built in the same location as a much older bridge, used by the silver lead miners when they went to collect their weekly pay. It was halfway down a narrow ravine, carved by the waters of a fast stream into the valley floor, accessible on either side by switchback gravel paths and barely touched by the light from the village at one end. I would walk that way a lot after hanging out with my friend. Saving an hour of walking was worth stumbling through the forest in the dark, occasionally being unable to see my hand in front of my face when the moon was thin, spending anxious minutes trying to find the path with my feet. Anyway, I digress. I've been hanging out with my mates, drinking tea with too much sugar and smoking thin roll-ups, wishing we had the money for booze or weed. It got to 2 a.m. and it was home time. Summer was fading, but it was still warm and the moon was near to full, so I probably wouldn't get lost in the woods this time. 30 minutes, this late beats an hour, and a half any night of the week and twice on Sundays. I picked my way down the switchback gravel path, feeling the stones underfoot, hearing them shift, and walked out onto the bridge. The moon was up, and everything was bathed in pale light. Down in the ravine, all you could really hear was the water at the bottom, trickling through at speed, the ravine amplifying it and drowning all else out. I got halfway across, and the hairs on the back of my neck stood on end. All I could hear was the water, but I knew something was different. Everything was suddenly wrong somehow. I stopped walking and turned around. Standing at the end of the bridge from whence I'd come was a thing. It was at least 3 feet taller than I was, and I was completely motionless, standing at the end of the path at the foot of the bridge, and looking, I was sure, directly at me. I want to tell you I could make out features, but I couldn't. It was a figure that had made its way down a gravel path. I can't imagine a Shaolin monk walking without making noise, taller than the tallest person I've ever seen, and radiating such hatred that it almost felt physical. I froze. I guess I was stuck there for barely 30 seconds, just long enough to recognize that this thing had limbs that looked as though they'd been repeatedly broken and reset wrong, and that it despised me before my fight or flight made a decision, and I ran faster than I ever have home. I slept with the light on for a week and never went anywhere near the Miners' Bridge again. I don't know what I saw. Like I said, I'm skeptical, but I have absolutely no rational experience for what I saw that night. As a consequence, I don't dismiss anything out of hand. Have you ever seen or experienced something that had a comparable effect? My grandma passed away in June of this year. Unfortunately, I hadn't seen her for several years. My brother and I inherited her house and decided to sell it. In August, I was planning an improv workshop and had created an event on Eventbrite for ticket purchases on August 15th. I double-checked this morning, created an associated Facebook event and posted it, checking links once again that everything was set up correctly. That afternoon I went to Grandma's house to clean, take off outlet covers for painting, start power washing the exterior, mow the yard, general stuff I was working on to get the house ready. When the sun started to set several hours later, I smelled a familiar smell in the house of Grandma that I hadn't before. It just reminded me of my childhood time spent there. I also started to feel uneasy, like that feeling just before you get on a roller coaster. I decided to take a break and sit down and check on my phone. I had several comments and messages that the tickets link on Eventbrite date for the improv event didn't match the Facebook in the description. Somehow, the event date had changed to September 16th instead of August 15th. I would have chalked it up to my own error, but September 16th was my grandma's birthday. To add to that, there was a running joke that she had because she was old and records were not as precise back in the 1930s. Her birth certificate was messed up and incorrectly listed her birthday as September 17th, even though my great-grandma had insisted it was the 16th. The doctor at the time had put down the wrong date, and it was never corrected. So my grandma always said she had two birthdays, official and unofficial. I was able to go home and correct the Eventbrite date, and due to how the calendar section is set up, it would have been difficult for me to go to the wrong month and day to make the incorrect selection for my event. Especially when I double-checked everything. It could of course be a coincidence of some sort, but the birth date thing was a bit too much. Especially considering that was the same day I spent a large chunk of time in Grandma's house. The house just closed last Friday, so I wanted to share this little story that was totally in line with my grandma's sense of humour. And the improv workshop went well. My grandma always supported my love of comedy. So this story happened to me when I was 25 years old, living in Las Vegas with my then husband and our son who was 4 years old. Our schedules were pretty much the same every day. My husband would leave for work at 5:30 a.m. and got home around 4 p.m. Monday to Friday, and I was a stay-at-home mom. Usually after we got home from work, I would take our son with me to the grocery store to grab dinner a few hours later and give him time alone to unwind. The Smith's grocery store by my house was literally less than a 2-minute drive away, and it's one of those grocery stores with the gas pumps in the parking lot. So once a week, after grabbing groceries for dinner, I'd go to the pumps and fill up my car while my son slept in the back seat. On one of my daily trips to the store that included a stop at the gas pumps, I was pumping gas and a truck pulled up to the pump on the opposite side of mine. The man quickly did whatever he came to do and pulled off. As I was finishing up and walking around my car, he pulled up alongside my car and rolled down his window and said, "I just needed to tell you that the only reason why I pulled up to the pump was to get closer to you. I saw you and just had to tell you how beautiful I think you are." He looked like Ted Bundy on crack. I was nice though and politely told him, "I'm flattered, but I'm happily married with a son." He responded with, "I know, I just had to let you know how I felt," and started to pull off but stopped and backed up. Rolling his window back down, he said, "By the way, if you tell your husband what I said, I'll fucking kill him." And then he sped off. I was shocked and immediately got in my car and called my husband and told him what just happened. He told me not to drive home in case he follows me and to just run the first light I come to and speed. And when I get pulled over, tell the officer what happened. I did. And the officer who pulled me over was very understanding and drove me to the substation near my house, where we left my car and he took my son, my groceries and I home. And my husband went and picked up my car the next day. I thought that was the end of it, but somehow I knew it wasn't. I told my husband how it bothered me how sure of himself the guy seemed when he said he'd kill him, and how he responded with, "I know," when I told him I was happily married with a son. Was it possible that he already knew where I lived? How long had he been stalking me before he approached me that night? A few nights later, my husband realised we were out of cigarettes and decided to run to the store to get some. It was late, so our son was fast asleep and I was playing on the computer. He left through the laundry room door into the garage where our cars were. Not long after he left, I heard the laundry room door open again and someone came inside. I called out to him, "Honey, what did you forget?" But I got no answer. However, I could hear someone moving around in the laundry room. I called out to him again, this time a little nervous. "Honey, is that you? You're freaking me out." Still no answer, and I'm realising that I'm completely unarmed. My husband is a US Marine and a federal employee, so we had an arsenal of weapons, but they were all in our master closet on the top shelf, and I'd have to run past the laundry room to get to my room, so there would be no way, if someone was in there, that I could get to my gun before he got to me. So I just sat there, frozen and terrified. I could feel the weight in the room as I sat in fear, waiting for him to round the corner, knowing that with my son sleeping down the hall, I'd do anything he told me to keep my baby safe, and that when my husband returned home, he would have the element of surprise on his side, not to mention his family hostage, so he wouldn't stand a chance either. My heart was in my throat, and I couldn't breathe as I heard his footsteps coming towards me, when suddenly from my bedroom I heard the deep growling of my two pit bulls, Ruby and Darlene. And before I could think, I saw both dogs dart into the laundry room. At that moment, I heard the garage door open and slam shut as a man screamed. I shot up from the computer desk with my phone in hand and bolted into my son's room and shut the door, locked it, and sat against it. I quickly called my husband. "Please tell me you're home and messing with the dogs." But I could hear in the background the cashier bringing stuff up and knew he was at the store. And whoever was in the house was definitely not my husband. "Someone's in the house. Get home right now. Please be careful when you get here. I don't know where he is, but I think he's in the garage. I'm hiding in our son's room with the door shut and locked." He told me to stay put until he got home and came and got me. Waiting in the dark in my son's room while he slept, waiting for my husband to come home, felt like an eternity. When he came to get me from our son's room, I was relieved, but for months afterward, he never left us home alone after dark. I know he was just as scared as I was that the man would come back. About a year after the incident, we moved out and bought a new home. I always think about what would have happened if he hadn't let the dogs in before he left that night. I don't know what he had planned for me, but I know it wasn't good, and my son would just be a tool to control me. While my husband would have just been something in the way to get rid of. I have no doubt that Ruby and Darlene saved all our lives that night. Now that they've crossed the rainbow bridge from old age, and my husband and I are no longer together, and our son has grown, we all still sleep with dogs in our rooms from that night. This actually happened to my husband, and I was just a witness to it, so I'm going to do my best to convey his part of the story from his perspective, the way he told it to me. But first I'll start with mine. We were living in a small one-bedroom apartment in Tucson, Arizona, with my 12-year-old pit bull and our Siamese kitten Simon. Our bedroom door was directly across the hallway from our bathroom door, and when I was laying in bed watching TV, if the bedroom door was open, I could see the bathroom door. So while I was laying in bed watching TV, my husband was in the bathroom taking a shower. The only thing I heard from my bed was Simon meowing and yowling like crazy outside the bathroom door, while he desperately clawed at the door. Irritated, I yelled at him until my husband came out of the bathroom white as a sheet, holding his burnt bath towel in his hand. But even though our walls are so thin, I can usually hear the water running in the bathroom, I realised it was weirdly quiet in the bathroom from where I was sitting, which was very to the contrary of what he told me was going on in the bathroom. Not to mention, he couldn't even hear our kitty Simon losing his mind just on the other side of the door, trying to get in, or me yelling at him. All my husband could hear was what he described to me as the sound of a coming train, coupled with the sound of an old lady moaning. When he pulled open the shower curtain to see what was making the strange sound, to his horror, his bath towel hanging from the towel rack on the wall was suddenly on fire. He said in the moment he was panicking about the fire and didn't consider it spontaneously ignited on its own in a steam-filled bathroom on a damp towel. He just saw it burning and jumped out of the shower and started smacking the towel to try to extinguish the flames. But as he did this from the top down, he said the flames just seemed to move down the towel. And as he put it out on the bottom, it reignited on the top and vice versa. Even stranger, the flames were mostly blue, and he said they didn't feel hot. As soon as he finally got the fire to completely extinguish, he quickly grabbed the towel and brought it out to show me. If I hadn't seen it myself, I wouldn't have believed him. I know he wouldn't lie to me about something like that, but I'd concerned about his mental health. But I did see the towel. I saw it, I touched it, and I even smelled it. It was a thick, oversized dark grey towel, and down the centre there were 2 burn marks in the shape of hockey sticks. But even though I could clearly see it had been burned, the area that was burned didn't feel burned. And even stranger, it didn't even smell burnt. This happened in 2018, and we've had several paranormal encounters since then, but nothing compares to the self-burning towel, and it still freaks us out to this day. I mean, what the heck happened? I live in Mobile in an area known as Spring Hill. It was a point of high ground for the Native American tribes during the fall, and later home to about half a dozen plantation-like homes. Think big, 150-year-old live oaks, etc. My home was on a lot that was cut out of one of these homes, but was built in the 1980s. We bought and moved into the house after Katrina. The first few months were pretty much normal, other than hearing someone walking on the stairs when no one was there. Then, at about 3 a.m. one night, I heard a huge crash like a giant glass picture or mirror falling off a wall. I got up and looked all over. A week later, the same thing happened. My wife even heard it, as it woke both of us up and out of a deep sleep. It happened about another 12 or so times. It got to where I quit even getting up, but decided it sounded like something heavy falling on a big glass coffee table or something. One day, when talking about local neighbourhood issues with my next door neighbour, I told him about the crashing glass table noise at 3 a.m. to see if he had an explanation for it. Maybe some factory doing something, or a train or something I didn't know about. He looked at me a little bit weird and said, well, that's how it all happened. I asked him what happened, and what he was talking about. He explained that a number of years before I moved into the house, the owner was a doctor and his good friend. The former owner was very obese, well over 300 pounds, and couldn't get up and down the stairs very well, so he typically slept on a couch in the living room. Then one night at 3 a.m, he had a massive heart attack and collapsed dead onto a big glass coffee table, shattering it to a million pieces. None of this had been disclosed to me about this house. Some of the older neighbours were able to confirm this later. I acknowledged this presence in the home, and after a few cleansing later, it eventually stopped, but still occasionally hear someone walking on the stairs. Maybe it's her on the stairs. Early this spring, me and my friends were in Naples, Italy. One night, around 2 or 3 a.m, when we were headed home to our hotel, a girl, between 9 to 12 years old, danced up to us and asked for a cigarette. She did this in perfect English. We told her that we didn't have any cigarettes, and she followed up with, "Do you have a lighter?" I had a lighter on me, and I gave it to her. The fact that this was a little child didn't cross my mind, even once, and I, to be completely honest, would have given her a cigarette too if I had one. It felt like she could have asked for anything, and I would comply instantly. It felt like she was in total control. After she received the lighter, she said thanks and danced along further up the street. During this whole interaction, I had the feeling that something isn't quite right, and after she moved on, I said to my friend, "Yeah, that was a spirit or something. What the fuck was that?" And my friend totally agreed. Both me and my friend are not very superstitious or spiritual, and we sat up early until morning just talking about this experience. Both of us began crying somehow after she left, and it all felt very weird. I really can't explain what that was, but it was like a rush all through my body, and both me and my friend are still to this day convinced she wasn't human. Also, she had a boy with her, even younger, but he didn't say a word. Has anyone here experienced something similar to this? I think about it pretty much every day, and I just can't let go of the thought that this was something out of this world. When I was around 15 or 16, My mom went to a yard sale and found a picture of an older woman from the 1800s. She brought it home and showed it to me when she got the chance to. And as I inspected it, I saw a bit of print on the back. Some of it was damaged, so I couldn't read the full text. But from what I could see, I determined that whatever had been written on there was German. All in all, it was very cool. But the woman in the picture wasn't exactly as cool as the origin of the piece itself. She seemed angered and kind of sad, making me feel a bit bad for her. To me, she appeared to be rather bitter, maybe even lonesome, something which tugged at my heartstrings. A few years passed with the picture residing in our kitchen. My family went through some hardship, and then all of a sudden I was in my 12th grade year of high school. Because of COVID and learning from home and all that jazz, I had to do online classes and only got 2 days of in-person school, leaving me with packets upon packets of work to do for basically every class which I was taking to do at home. Because of my workload due to COVID cramming, I had to stay up late and do my homework, and then I had the last hour of my night, which was usually like midnight or 1 in the morning, to work out. After my workout, I would come into the kitchen to get some water. One night, while I was filling my glass, I felt a gust of wind behind me, even though the windows were shut, and I began to get this sensation of anxiety, along with feeling very unwanted in that part of our house, especially with being around the picture of the woman. Scared, I quickly chugged my water and ran to my room. After that night, I had experiences like that regularly in our kitchen. After a while, I told my mother about it, and she said that she felt that her yard sale find had lost a spirit attached to it, explaining that she'd felt a presence in the kitchen for quite some time. I was about 13 or 14 when this happened. For context, I slept in the basement. My twin sister's room right next to mine, sharing a wall. My parents and brother slept on the 3rd floor. I was asleep as usual. The dream started out with me trying to fall asleep in the basement living room because there was a demon in my room. My twin sister was in the living room, drawing and writing on a piece of paper. In the far corner, there was another demon. It looked like a shadow, but with very pale limbs and only about 3 feet tall. I looked at what my sister was drawing, and it was a sketch on the entity with the name Anne scribbled all over the paper about 100 times. This was a very lucid dream, so my first thought was, something's very wrong. I need to go upstairs and get my parents to wake me up in the real world. And for some reason, I believed there were things upstairs, on the main floor, that could hurt me, so I didn't want to go alone. My brother was sleeping in my sister's room in this dream, so I decided to wake him up, to come with me to go to get my parents to wake me up. As I was walked into the room, my brother immediately woke up, and before I could say anything, the demon that I thought couldn't leave my room came in and started grabbing me, repeating the phrase, "I will always be here for you." It had no face, just a mouth. Its skin was so pale and thin I could see its veins, and it had like 6 arms. I immediately woke up. It was 3:53 a.m. I sat in bed terrified until 3:56, when I heard the footsteps of my twin sister running upstairs. I have no idea how I managed to fall back asleep, but I was too scared to leave my room. In the morning, I asked my sister why she ran upstairs in the middle of the night, and she told me she just had a really bad feeling that something was really wrong with the energy in her room. She was terrified after I told her about my dream. After that night, the weird things happening in our house really picked up. The shadows, things flying off the counters, my dog acting odd, the knocking on the walls, doors opening, door handles jiggling, footsteps, scratches, etc. Oddly enough, my sister and I were the only ones to really witness these things. I love camping. I try to go every summer. My family has a little cabin on Moxie Pond, right on the water. It's a couple 100 miles headed northwest, and then about 10 miles down the old logging roads to get out of our spot. I love it. It's trees and water and no neighbours to be seen. It's quiet, unless the dickhead across the pond is running his generator all damn day. There's no power. It's gas lights and stove. No plumbing, no running water other than what you pump from the lake, using the old-fashioned hand pump over the sink. You do your business in the outhouse and throw some cedar shavings on it as a courtesy to the next person. My girlfriend has been together for about 2 years. She's more from the city, but she was excited to come with me when I said I wanted to go up to camp this year. We couldn't go last year, so we packed our clothes and food and whatnot into my truck and started up. It's about a 4-hour drive, about an hour and a half on the highway until you get to Skowhegan, and then it's another couple hours driving through tiny towns that are trapped in yesteryear and falling apart. The further you get from the paper mill, the worse it looks, but the better it smells. Driving by the paper mill smells like a wet skunk fart. You'll eventually get up into the mountains. The views are amazing. Sometimes more muscle will give you plenty of time to admire them as you're trapped behind their bumper as they creep along. You eventually get to the Forks. The Forks contain Barry's General Store, whitewater rafting companies, and not much else. We get up there closer to the end of twilight, so there was nothing going on, no people out. You take right, drive to the dam at the end of the lake, take a left, and you're on the logging roads. You have to go kind of slow on the logging roads. I almost kissed a young moose one year when it jumped out right beside my truck, its nose almost coming through my open window. You're surrounded by nothing but trees. The forest is so thick, you can't really see past the first trees, especially at night. I've had some weird things happen up here over the years. I've heard a blood-curdling scream in the middle of the night that sounded like a girl getting murdered. The next day, I found a half-eaten rabbit floating in the lake. That puts my mind at ease. A rabbit can scream and it'll sound just like a little girl. I've heard singing in the woods away from the direction of any other camps. It was a beautiful, mournful song, and I didn't understand the language. That's a different story, though. I digress. We're driving down the logging roads, and I'm quietly laughing to myself as my girlfriend clutches my arm tightly, her eyes wide. She occasionally punches my leg when I don't stifle myself well enough. I don't blame her for being scared. She's never been in the woods like this before. But I warned her. And it was her fault we got such a late start anyway, so we have to drive in the night. Once you get closer to the lake, the trails get smaller and more overgrown. Birch trees, bent over from years of snow and wind, scrape their branches over the top of the truck, occasionally blocking my vision. There's always maintenance to be done. I'm used to my eyes playing tricks on me, so I didn't think of anything of seeing the shadows moving around us. I just wrote it off as being a trick of the light as the front of my truck bounced off the wretched road. My girlfriend would occasionally gasp and whimper and say, "What the fuck is that?" as the shadows played around us. Finally, I just had her put her head in my lap and I played with her hair as I drove, constantly telling myself that the figures and shapes I see are just trees and shadow. This isn't my first time doing this. I get a little turned around in the dark, but we get to camp okay. I let her put her head back up and I took her in my arms and comforted her before we got out, telling her that nothing weird has ever happened up here. It's a lie, but I only have to get her out of the truck and into the camp. I grab my flashlight and get out and walk over to her door. I open it for her, grab a bag, and walk her into the camp. I get the gas going and turn the lights on, sit her down in the comfy chair, hand her a book, and go to get the rest of the stuff out of the truck. We're moved in, and I make us dinner while she reads. Safe inside, she's calmer now, but she did have me close the blinds to double slider at the front of the camp. I was going anyway. During the day, it's a wonderful view of the lake, but at night, the fear is always at the back of my mind that I'm going to look out at them and see something standing on the porch looking in. We eat, we enjoy privacy in each other, and we go to bed. We stayed in the camp for a couple days. There's nothing that needs doing. We read, we swim, we fuck. We take the kayaks out and visit the islands. I tried to get her to just be naked while we're alone up there, but no luck. I brought a tent, because I'd like to spend a night right out in the woods, but it's hard to convince her at first. But after a couple of nights spent drinking by the fire, without anything weird happening, she's more inclined to try it. As long as I bring my shotgun, which I was going to do anyway. I've never had an encounter with a bear or wolves up there, and we didn't hear any howling, but I'm not staying in the woods unarmed. It's the third or fourth night when we go out. We don't go far, because I know better than just to wander off into the woods. We stay in sight of the big tree beside camp. We can't see the camp, we can't hear the water, but we found a nice flat spot in a small clearing, and I put the tent up. You can probably imagine how we then spent the rest of the day. We had hot dogs and s'mores over the fire that night, and then I put the fire out and we staggered to bed. She fell asleep quickly. I didn't sleep so well. I feel like I was in and out all night, more caught in the in-between world than actually sleep. I felt her get up and saw the muted light from her hand covering the flashlight, but I couldn't react or say anything. I'm not sure I didn't dream it. She went out, and after a minute she came back in, with the light off. She laid down and was out again. I still couldn't move, so again, I'm not sure I didn't dream of her going out. My dreams are generally not exciting, but I know I woke up when I heard her voice from outside the tent, her face on the other side of the fabric. A desperate and terrified whisper. "You need to get out of here. That's not me. Get out. We need to get back inside the camp." My blood ran cold and my eyes opened. At least, I think they were open. I couldn't see anything. I sat up and went to reach for my shotgun just in case. But I felt her hands wrap around me and gently pull me back down. She whispered, "Where are you going?" And I just froze. I let her pull me back down as my mind raced. My thoughts were like a broken mirror, tumbling around in a dryer, smashing into each other and splintering even more. I said nothing. I just laid down and listened. My girlfriend still had her hands lightly across my chest, and she seemed to have fallen asleep again. I laid there in the dark, straining to hear anything other than her breathing. There was nothing. I had to chalk it up to dreaming, but I also had to look before I could go to sleep. I started to get up again, but again she pulled me down and got on top of me, aggressively kissing me. She didn't go to bed naked. She always wears pajamas. She wore some light blue pajama pants and one of my shirts to bed. But they're gone now, though. I wore nothing to bed, so it was easy for her to get what she was after. It's exceedingly rare for her to initiate. That's almost always been my job. She's always an eager participant, but I think this was maybe the third time in 2 years that she initiated herself. And she put herself on top, and she was aggressive. I'm not complaining about not having to do the work, or the enthusiasm, but all three together is like finding a unicorn. A fucking unicorn. And she did a thing. I eventually put what happened out of my mind and finally got my head in the game, thanking the alcohol. After we finished, she immediately got up and went outside. I figured she just had to pee, but she didn't bring a light. She never just gets up right after. We always just lay there for a while. She left the flap open, I'm sure because she was coming right back. I noticed I couldn't hear anything at all. Not that I was trying to hear her piss, I just figured that she wouldn't be concerned about it and go too far from the tent in the dark. After a couple minutes, I heard her footsteps returning. She came through the flap and was already on her way to laying down before her feet were inside. I followed the sound and caught her in my arms. She was dressed again. I was going to ask why she left her clothes outside, but she was asleep by the time her head hit my chest. I kissed her forehead and rolled her off of me so I could zip up the tent flap. Then I laid down, absolutely exhausted, and at some point I fell asleep while listening to the absolutely nothing going on in the woods around us. I thought it was strange, but I just figured it was because we were out here. The next morning, I made pancakes and bacon over the fire for us. I mentioned the happenings last night, and she just looked at me quizzically. She couldn't remember any of it. She only remembered waking up to pee, taking the light, and then just going back to the tent and crashing again. She's not superstitious, so she just blamed the alcohol and was happy that she made me happy, and that was that. After breakfast, I started to break down the camp. I packed up some things for her to take back, pointed out the tree by camp, and sent her on her way. I watched her walk away for a minute because I just enjoy watching my girlfriend walking away. She disappeared into the woods, and I set about breaking the tent down and getting it packed up. It went slower than I would have liked. You have to get everything just right if it's going to fit in its respective bags again. After struggling for a bit and scratching my head, I became aware that I wasn't alone. I turned around, and there was my girlfriend just looking at me in broad daylight. She was naked again. My eyes lit up, and she giggled at my face, then crossed the distance to me without a word. She used the rolled-up tent to kneel on up for about 20 minutes, then just got up and walked off in the direction of the camp. I'll admit, I was starting to have a hard time keeping up with her. Not that I was complaining, but I was feeling exhausted after every time. I finally got everything put away and went back to camp. I sat down and read for a little while before finally succumbing to a nap, sitting in the comfy chair in the sunlight, facing out the sliders. I woke up to my girlfriend getting touchy after me again. When we were done, I immediately passed out. I woke up sometime in the mid-afternoon to the wind and rain. I'm not sure when, but we don't have a clock at camp. My girlfriend had moved to the couch reading. She was in just her underwear. I didn't know what prompted this change in dress code and appetite. I thought it was weird, but I was also happy about it. I started picking things up as we were leaving the next morning. I went into the bedroom to gather some clothes. Her blue pajama pants and my shirt weren't anywhere to be seen. I asked about them, and she said they were already packed. I went outside to take a leak. The winds were getting stronger now, and occasional fat raindrops would slap against my body. I could just barely hear my girlfriend calling my name, so I shook it off and went back inside to find out what she wanted. She was still sitting on the couch reading. I asked her if she was calling for me. She just looked up and shook her head. I reminded myself that sometimes my imagination gets the better of me and just put it out of my mind. That night, she didn't let me go right to sleep, but I crashed hard after. I woke up with a mild headache early in the morning. I had to pee again. I turned on my flashlight and covered it, leaving just a sliver of light. My girlfriend sat up and looked at me, so I turned the light towards her. Her eyes looked white and cloudy. I uncovered the light and she blinked from the brightness, and her eyes were back to normal. She cursed me for blasting her in the face with the light, and I apologized. I told her what I was doing, and just to go back to sleep. She told me to hurry back. The storm had passed. I walked outside to the tree line. I shined the light through the trees while I relieved myself, just in case. The beam fell upon a patch of upset earth, all scratched and dug up. It wasn't far into the woods, so I walked over to it. Something had obviously gotten eaten. There was blood everywhere. I couldn't really make out any tracks. It just looked like there was a lot of thrashing and kicking involved. But it was weird that there wasn't a carcass. And it was weird that it had happened so close to camp. If the body had been dragged off into the woods, I wasn't going to go looking for it. The next morning, we got ready to go and headed out. We talked about the weekend, but she seemed to have a spotty memory of it. I didn't think she had that much to drink. She kept herself entertained with me for most of the ride home. She'd never done that before, even when I asked for it. I was finally starting to think with the head attached to my shoulders. Her personality was different, at least when it came to sex. But aside from that, she still acted like she always had. I wasn't sure what to think. All she could say when I'd ask why she wasn't nearly as inhibited anymore was, I got over it, delivering with a shrug and a smile. It's been a few months now, and her appetite is still high. I'm having a harder and harder time keeping up with her. I'm just getting tired more often. I've noticed I'm getting white hairs, and I just feel older. I talked to my doctor about it, but I can't afford that. I try to tell her I'm tired, but she always brings it out of me, and then I crash immediately after. And she always seems to have more and more energy. I don't know if I can keep doing this. I couldn't even write this in peace. Does anyone have any idea what's going on? I decided to get some ice cream on a whim. It didn't matter that it was already in the 50s in San Francisco. Who doesn't like a little fog and mist with their ice cream? I need to stop asking rhetorical questions. It's an annoying habit. Anyways, I didn't normally walk that route, not at 8 PM on a weekday, but I did walk that route, and I did see her. I saw her walking towards me like out of a movie. The chill wind blew back her hair a little bit, and she was wearing a beanie, like she always did when we were together. Her coat was that baggy corduroy with the high neck, the kind of jacket that's cute but almost disgusting in its grunginess. I had imagined this sort of scenario a few times. I had imagined her shuffling back into my life. She always had this really annoying habit of dragging her feet. She used to always trip if she had too much to drink, because her shuffling would just get worse. and her heels would stumble over the cracks in the pavement. It was a maddeningly endearing quality she had. "Ava!" I yelled at her. I was maybe 20 feet away, maybe a little overeager in my introduction, but it was like she didn't hear me. "Ava!" I yelled again, quickening my steps towards her, and this time she looked up. She stopped walking. She took a step back. "Ava," I said, "I thought that was you." "Excuse me," she said, voice quavering. "I think you're mistaken." She took another step back. I reached out to her. It was her. She must have recognized me in the lighting. Her voice was the same. Her look was the same. I smiled. "Ava," I said, "don't be silly. It's just me. It's been forever. I just wanted to say hello." She stared at me hard. I shifted. I hadn't thought things were so amicable between us. "I don't know you," she said. And this time, her voice was hard and angry. "Ava," I said, "I'm sorry. I just wanted to stay hi." "I don't know you," she said, almost in a scream. I jumped back. She turned around to walk away. "Wait," I said. I ran up to her and grabbed her shoulder. She flinched. "Wait," I said, "just let me buy you dinner. I know things could have ended a bit better between us, but I also know you are who I think you are. Here, give me your phone." She pulled away. "Don't touch me." "Ugh," I said. "Okay, fine. Are you free tomorrow? If so, meet me at La Taquera. Meet me at 6. I'll buy you a burrito." "That's the least romantic thing we could ever do. There'll be lots of people around." I paused, trying to soften my voice a bit. I sounded so desperate. "I just want to catch up." She walked by me quickly and glanced one back time to make sure I wasn't following her. The next day, I was distracted at work. I kept thinking about my meeting with Ava. Why had she pretended that she didn't recognize me? I was a bit shaken. Why did I insist she meet up with me for dinner? I thought back to the last time I had seen her. She was leaving my apartment, headed for a bus ride to Los Angeles. I wished her well. I didn't think at the time that she had been the one, and I know I hurt her. Still, I hadn't expected her to leave so suddenly. Such is life, I guess. I was just keeping her around for my ego. But the thing about Ava was that the longer she was gone, the more I realized how much better she had made things. Like, she had this subtle presence that was sort of maddening. I felt like she had just become this unavoidable part of my life. And as a 25-year-old, I hadn't been ready for that. It had been hard dumping her because there wasn't really anything wrong with her. I just wanted someone exciting, someone who would keep me on my toes. She accepted everything about me, and it was boring. It was so boring. Well, if it was so boring, then why was I walking to La Taquera? Why was I leaving 20 minutes earlier than I needed to? I was curious what brought her to the city, curious as to what she was doing now. I wanted her to be doing well. I waited outside the door. It was really cold outside, but I was sweating, so I didn't mind getting some air. People looked at me as they walked inside. I held the door for a few. The girls smiled at me. I tended to have that effect on them. Even I'll admit that I'm handsome, as douchey as that sound. She didn't show at first. I was disappointed. But I stayed just in case she was running late. Ava had always been punctual, something that used to bother me. If I say come over at 6, I'm probably not going to be free until 6:30. Everyone knows that. Well, maybe she finally got a clue, because she showed up at 6:25. Well done, I thought. She learned a new thing from me dating after all. I smiled at her. It was a little weird. Maybe I was misremembering, but she looked the same as she had the night before. Her black boots were the same, her jacket, and I guess I don't really know what pants she had been wearing. But there was a beanie too, and her makeup was the same. Whatever, I thought. If she's visiting, she probably doesn't have many clothes packed. The thought of her just visiting made me kind of sad. "Hey, pretty lady," I said, holding out my arms for a hug. She had always liked that. But this time, she smirked. Not a nice kind of smirk. It was like a, "you're making an idiot out of yourself" smirk. I frowned. "Jay," she said, smiling, "sorry to keep you waiting." I laughed. "I knew it," I shouted, going to hug her. "Why did you pretend not to know me?" She shrugged. "I wasn't expecting to see you. It caught me by surprise." She paused. "I didn't think I wanted to see you again." I smiled. "Well, I'm glad you changed your mind. Would you like to eat?" She looked at the line. "Oh, nothing," she said. Ah, come on, I countered. Since when did you stop liking burritos? It was almost our turn. I don't really eat burritos anymore. I still ordered her what I thought would have been a favourite. She looked at me, almost angrily. I told you I don't eat these. I waved her off. You don't have to, I said. I'll just finish it if you don't. We sat down. It was packed as per usual, and the table was dirty. She seemed uncomfortable sitting. She reached out for the burrito. She looked surprised when she took a bite. Wow, she said, chewing slowly. It's as good as I remember it, I chuckled. How long have you been away from San Francisco, I asked. She stiffened. Well, she said, I've been here a while now, to be honest. Not sure how long exactly, but at least a few months. What happened to LA? I asked. She looked at me. I guess I wasn't meant to make it in LA. We sat there in silence. I started to blabber about what I'd been up to in the year since I'd seen her. She seemed very interested. She chewed the burrito slowly, much slower than I was eating. I could tell she was savouring it, and that made me pleased. I was happy that the way to her heart was still food. Like before, the more time I spent with Ava, the more I started remembering the things I loved about her. The way she blinked twice when she was confused, or how she rested her face in both hands when she was deep in thought. I started forgetting why she had left in the first place. Had I really dumped her? I looked into her face. It was still beautiful. Damn, I'd let a good thing go. I shook my head. Hey, I'm really sorry about how we left things, I said. I didn't mean to hurt you. Her body language changed. You're sorry, she said slowly, like she was being sarcastic. You're sorry? She looked angry. Yeah, I said. You shouldn't have gone. You know me. I push away people I care about. I tried to grab her hand, but she snatched it away. I told you not to touch me, she almost snarled. I was hurt. My bad, I said. Should we grab a drink or something? I have a feeling that could do us some good. Or at least you'll be drunk enough to not remember the stupid shit I say. I didn't think she'd be down, but luckily she followed me out. I took her to a spot near my apartment, a spot we hadn't been to together. I don't remember this place, she said. Yeah, I said, after ordering an old-fashioned and a beer for myself. I figured you could see something new. I know we always used to go to Trip Dog. I wanted to take you near my new haunts. I ordered a rum and coke for her. She took a sip, and then shuddered. It burns my throat, she said. I chuckled. Come on, you used to drink like a champ. For the first time that night, she laughed. It was a great laugh, with her head thrown back to the sky. No, you were the one that drank like a champ. She punched my arm lightly. It felt good to have her touch me. I played the charm on thick. It was starting to look more and more like she would come home with me. I pounded some more drinks. I was getting really nervous. It seemed like she was judging me as I drank. I definitely started getting a little sloppy. I invited her back, thinking she wouldn't agree anyways, but she did. Where are you staying? I asked her, but she told me we should go back to my place. I lived by myself in a studio, like I did when we were dating. She had moved in for a few weeks, but it had been too suffocating, and then she moved to LA. I switched apartments, and that was that. My furniture arrangement was basically the same, though, and she looked a little spooked. Did you airlift your shit here? She asked. It's just how I remember it. I shrugged, kicking some clothes on the floor into my closet. It was never the neatest. Do you want something else to drink? I asked her. I could hear the slight slur in my words. She smiled. You sit here, she said. Just tell me where you keep your glasses. She must have remembered that I always kept my alcohol above the fridge. That made me smile. Sure thing, I said. Shelf to the left of the fridge. I could hear some rattling from the kitchen. She came back in with 2 glasses filled with bourbon. Her hands were trembling slightly, and I wondered if she was nervous too. That made me feel a bit better. Ava, I said, I've really missed you. I'm so glad we ran into each other. I took a swig, wiping my mouth messily. It's like it was meant to be. She looked at me, grinning slightly. Yes, she started. I think you're right. It was meant to be. I hugged her. She stiffened, and I was going to say sorry, but I knew she couldn't resist me. She never could. I started unzipping her jacket. It had that high colour. When I saw the bruises. At first, I hoped they were hickeys, but then I could make out the finger marks. What the fuck? I said. She was looking at me. What? She asked. Aren't you going to keep going? You always kept going before. I was confused. What happened to you? I asked. She smiled. Aren't you going to tell me you love me? She asked. Aren't you going to keep pretending that everything is fine? That you didn't hurt me? I was confused. What the fuck is this? She unzipped the rest of her jacket. There was a knife, my kitchen knife, hidden within the jacket. Don't you remember? She asked. Don't you remember telling me how easy it would be to dump me somewhere near where nobody would find me? Like near the ice cream parlour where you left me last year? She grinned. I turned to make a mad sprint for the door, but she was ready. She stabbed me in the back. I gasped and fell down in agony. She stepped on me, pinning me down. Don't you remember, Jay? She laughed. I was supposed to go to LA the very next day. I would have fucking walked right out of your life. But you couldn't handle me leaving on my own accord. I always did everything for you. I did everything you said. She twisted the knife more and I groaned. When I finally couldn't take it anymore, when you fucked up my life and isolated me from all of my friends here, I got the courage to leave. Either way, I would have been out of your life. So why did you have to kill me, huh? Now, I could hear her crying building, but I was too panicked to feel bad. There was no way that what she was saying was true. She left me after I dumped her. She left me after I dumped her. Oh shit. There's no way, I gasped. If what you're saying is true. Trust me, she said. I didn't expect to be able to do all this. After you strangled me, I bet you thought I was dead. The last thing I remember is you tying the back. I was still alive, you know. I was still alive when you fucking dumped me. I had to die smelling trash, she cackled. I've been wandering those fucking streets for a year. I thought it was my purgatory. My damnation for wasting my life on such a sorry loser of a person like you. I started circling near the spot you dumped me, wondering I could find out what happened to my body, if anyone ever found me. I couldn't touch anyone. People couldn't hear me. And then I run into you. And you can see me. You can hear me. And other people can see me. It's so fucked that even now, you're the person that makes me seen. Makes me feel alive. But you know what? I'm not alive. I'm dead. And it's more worth it to me to see you suffer than it does to feel alive. She shook her head. I can't believe you went back to the spot. I can't believe I finally get to leave you. She made me type this all. She made me call the police and confess. I figured it would be better to have a chance at survival and spend my life in jail than it did to die with her driving a knife into my back over and over again. Maybe I'd share her fate if I let her do that. I do know that after I hear the sirens approaching, after I blubbered her a final apology, she screamed, I'm going to LA! And away she went. Back when I was around 13 years old, I was spending the night at my grandma's and also had to help watch my two cousins. I think they were around 7 and 4 years old at the time. I've always hated being in that house. Granted, both of my grandparents have depression, and the house in general is filled with dusty antiques and lacks sunlight. So those factors could definitely play into the negative energy. Regardless, I've always hated the overall vibe of that house. Even when I was a child and teen, I always picked up on the feeling that something just wasn't right. I felt like I needed to watch my back if I was alone, and I would often get a sense I was being watched. That night, my two cousins were acting up, and weren't going to bed. I was laying on the couch, facing towards the kitchen, and I was just kind of staring off into space, and waiting for the kids to tire themselves out and fall asleep. Suddenly, I saw a tall shadow figure move across the hall from my grandpa's bedroom to the bathroom. I was scared shitless, but I didn't want to freak out my little cousins. So I turned my back away from the kitchen and squeezed my eyes shut, refusing to look back in that direction, and prayed I would fall asleep. Until my 7-year-old cousin asked, Who is that man over there? Is that Grandpa? I wanted to panic so badly, but I purposefully acted very dismissively and quickly said, No, but it's time to go to bed. They fell asleep soon after. When I first saw the shadow, I thought I might have been seeing things. But to have my 7-year-old cousin see a figure without me mentioning anything beforehand confirmed what I saw. It really shook me. I also am certain the figure was not my grandfather. The figure looked to be around 6.5 feet tall and slender, while my grandfather is only about 6 feet, with more of a heavier build. I also asked him and my grandma if they got up in the middle of the night that night, and they both said no. While I'm not 100% certain as to what I saw, and I'm open to alternative explanations, this experience definitely still lingers in my mind. We have a tradition of going to a buffet for my birthday dinner. As I got older, it became harder to get my small family together for a meal. My brother left for school, and my parents both got pretty into their jobs. When the day came, I got lucky and my brother came back for a weekend. My parents were far from busy, but promised we could have dinner later with just them, and I accepted the offer. If I went out with them later, I could go with my brother now, so I got 2 birthday dinners. I picked out the place I wanted to eat. There was a Chinese buffet pretty close by that I loved. The food was great, and they had some aquariums with massive koi inside for people to watch while they ate. Their place looked beautiful as well. The entire restaurant was covered in red and gold, making me wonder why it wasn't a more popular spot. The hostess silently directed us to an empty table. Besides the workers, we were the only ones inside. For how good the food was, I felt bad that this place wasn't packed. We got our drinks and went to load up our plates. The dinner was fairly normal for a while. I roasted my brother in the way only a little sister could. He pretended to be annoyed, but had fun hanging out after being away for so many months. We tried to stay quiet, so we wouldn't disrupt the service's slow night shift. I swore I needed to come by this restaurant more often after eating 2 plates of different meat dishes. The food had no reason to be this good. Soon, I started to get full, leaving a few pieces of mushrooms and noodles on my plate. My brother had half a slice of cake on his. We sat and talked for a few more minutes, waiting for our stomach to settle before attempting to clean the last few bites. As we talked, someone else came in and sat at a table near ours. I glanced over at him, unable to help myself. I've seen a person like him before. His skin is dark, but hair is golden. His eyes are bright blue, almost white. It made them look fake, and I didn't know why someone would wear coloured contacts to go out alone for dinner. The waitstaff suddenly started to act weird. They whispered something to the man sitting down and nodded towards us. I met my brother's eyes to see if he wanted to leave or stay to watch what this was all about. The man said something in a low voice I couldn't make out and waved off the waiter's concerns. The waiter gave us an almost scared look for half a second, then hurried away. I looked around to see that everyone working in the place suddenly started to hover nearby. The man dressed in a dark red vest with gold pinstripe threads. His shirt buttoned up all the way to his chin, making his neck look stiff. He rolled up his shirt sleeves to the elbows in such a neat way and buttoned them in place with glittering golden buttons. We both did our best to not stare, finding it hard. He didn't seem to notice the other 2 people looking at him. The stranger sat stiff and proper, waiting for something. The server came over with 2 plates in his hands, piled with stir-fried rice and some sweet and sour chicken. I gave my brother another look, wondering who this guy was that made him so important a buffet server would bring food to him. The plates were set down and the man started to eat. Then more servers came over. My mouth dropped open as more plates were set down. Soon, the entire table was covered with dishes overloaded with different kinds of food. I couldn't finish even a plate and a half of what was placed down in front of this man. Did this guy have friends coming by? No. The table he sat at only could hold 4 people. This was way more food than what 4 people could eat. In the time the plates were set down, the man finished the first 2. He set the cleared plate aside, and the server scooped them up for more to be set down in their place. This man wasn't big. He looked rail thin, and yet he already ate more than what myself and my brother did in 2 minutes after sitting down. We should have paid our bill and left, but we sat in our seats transfixed at the sight before us. We no longer tried to hide, staring at this man eating. Another 4 plates set aside, and the servers were sweating. They were acting as if a wild animal came inside, but needed to act professional serving it. The music that played over some sort of hidden system cut out, letting us hear the sounds of his cutlery against his plates and faintly a dishwasher running somewhere in the kitchen. Oddly enough, the man wasn't making any disgusting chewing sounds. Well, until he got to the shrimp plate. The restaurant served whole shrimp with the heads still attached. I've never tried eating them before. The man didn't take the heads off. He just shoved the whole thing in his mouth and could hear the shells crunching as he chewed. I already lost track of how much food he'd already eaten. I caught my brother's eyes again, and he mouthed a silent, "What the fuck?" His face was pale, and I assumed my own expression was the same look of horror. The strange man got to a place of some sweet and sour short ribs. They honestly were my favourite things served at the restaurant, and I tensed up, waiting to see if he ate them the same way he ate the shrimp. Shells were one thing, but bones? There was no way he was going to eat the bones. We both stared, mouths open, as he ate through the pile with no issue at all. Bones and all. The sound of his teeth cracking against the ribs is the only thing echoing inside the restaurant. This was insane. There was no way someone could eat like this. We had a chance to just leave. I doubted the owners would care if we fled without paying our bill by then. There was no way to figure out how much he ate with all the empty plates being taken away. We lost track of time, but I think it wasn't very long. The man ate more than what some people did in 6 months, in under an hour. Finally, all the plates were removed and replaced by clean empty ones covering his table. He turned his head to meet our gazes. I nearly screamed having the set of bright eyes on us. We both froze, unable to move when he stood up, adjusting his vest. Even after eating so much, he didn't make a mess. No drips of sauce on his vest or at the corners of his mouth. He took a few steps to come over to our table, a smile on his face that made my body want to fold onto itself. He stopped and placed a hand on the back of my chair, trying to look as friendly as possible. I wanted to scream. I looked at my brother, silently begging him to do something. His hand went to his butter knife, gripping it so tightly his knuckles turned white. If this man tried anything, he might attack him. Thank God for older brothers. I'm sorry you both needed to witness all of that. It must have been unnerving for you, but this restaurant had a wonderful dessert prepared for me tonight, and I needed to come in right away, the stranger spoke, his voice sweet. You ate the bones, I choked out, unable to say anything else. Oh yes, I'm able to digest things like that. One should always clean their plates. It's an insult to the chefs and the food otherwise, he said, and his eyes fell on our plates. We still had a few things left over. I started to sweat. My chest is getting tight, waiting for him to do something. My mind went crazy with thoughts of what the hell this man really was and what he would do to us for not finishing our meals. But I suppose a few pieces left behind isn't the end of the world. After all, you did see something a bit strange. It's understandable to not finish your dinner with your stomach upset. I'll pay for your meals as an apology. I do know that my eating habits are a bit different from your own, he said. His friendly tone never wavered. I sighed and my brother relaxed his grip of the knife. I wanted to leave and nearly did so when I saw his face twist into horror. He saw something before I did, and I heard a sound of muffled screaming. I tensed again, praying that if I didn't move, nothing would happen. The sound got closer, and out of the corner of my eyes, I saw the servers dragging a bound man through the empty dining room. He struggled harder when he got closer to the table of empty plates. His pleas for help were hidden under the cloth stuffed in his mouth and wrapped around his head. Oh, there's my special dessert now. This one was found trying to climb into a window of a child in the dead of night. It seems that wasn't the first time he's done so. Just the time he was caught. My dinner threatened to come back up hearing those words. I let myself watch the servers place the struggling bound man on the table and on the plates. He broke a few as they forced him still. He kicked and thrashed, causing some of the broken shards to cut his clothing. The stranger didn't mind. He turned from our table and go back to his new meal. I only stayed long enough to watch the stranger's mouth literally unhinge from his jaw. I knew he wouldn't eat his dessert as neat and proper as he did with his dinner. I grabbed my brother by the wrist and dragged him out of that place, letting out a small scream when I heard the first sounds of the stranger biting down. We got into his car and got the hell out of there, neither of us speaking. We didn't even notice my brother accidentally stole the butter knife until we got home. We threw it out, not wanting the thing in the house. It took hours for either of us to finally speak to each other. "Do you want to go to the movies instead of dinner for your birthday next year?" my brother asked. I nodded, agreeing with him. It sucks that I could never eat at that restaurant again. I really liked their sweet and sour short ribs. "Aidan," I asked, "is that you?" "Of course," he answered. "Who else would it be?" I peered closer into his face, but the harder I looked, the surer I was that something was wrong with him. I couldn't place it at first, but as I looked into his eyes, I realised that they were further apart than I remembered. Yes, weren't his eyes closer together? And his grin. As he smiled, I thought about the dimple in his right cheek, the one that I was so familiar with, but this man had a dimple in his left cheek. Or was I misremembering? I took a step away from Aidan, my trust faltering, and he confidently took a step forward. Instead of asking me what was wrong, he roughly grabbed my forearm, and I thought that Aidan would never do that. He wouldn't never grab me. He would hug me and ask what was bothering me. The man, the Aidan imposter, leered at me, yanking me towards him. I screamed, but no, I'm in a different place now. I'm thrashing in my bedroom, and the real Aidan is rubbing my arm, trying to comfort me, saying, "Everything is all right. You're okay now." "I used to have these kinds of dreams a lot," I said the next morning. We had recently moved in together, and I was still getting used to waking up with someone else beside me each morning, or having to explain my bad dreams to someone. "What was the dream actually about?" he asked, rolling over onto his side to face me. He was still groggy, and I wondered if he had gone back to sleep quickly, or if I had kept him up. "It's creepy," I said. "It might not sound like much if I were to describe it to you." He waited expectantly. "Basically, I'm in a room with someone I know. In this case, it was you. But the more I look at you, the more wrong you look. Like you're an imposter or something. In this dream, you started to look like a different person. The more you look like an imposter, the scarier you got. And I woke up just as you were about to do something bad to me." "Yeesh," he said. "That is creepy." "I know," I said. "I first started getting them when I was a kid, when my mom got sick." He squeezed my hand. "I'm sorry. That sounds scary." It was scary. I was just a kid. But as she got progressively worse, my dreams got worse too. Her body wasted away from the cancer, but it was a good 6 months before she really looked like a skeleton. About once or twice a week, I'd have a dream that she was healthy again, but as I stared at her, I'd realised that I was wrong, that this couldn't be my mom, because the longer I stared at her, the worse she looked. Like I'd realised that a clump of her hair was falling out, or that her skin was turning sallow, until she'd morph into the monster of a person, and she'd give me this terrible, evil, knowing grin. And then I'd wake up. Damn. He pulled me in for a hug. "I'm sorry. That sounds really hard." It was. I had a childhood psychiatrist and stuff while all of this was going on, and she used to tell me that dreams were a way of the brain expressing anxieties. In my case, my mom was getting sick, which was out of my control. And so seeing this person I knew so well, seeing how they were changing and there was nothing I could do to stop it, sparked this intense dread and panic in me. As an adult, I tend to have them during particularly stressful periods of my life. Or in our case, if I'm going through a big life change that I don't feel I have control over. "Moving in together?" he asked. "Yeah, I think so. I love living with you, and I'm happy we made that decision. But I think this is just my brain's way of getting rid of some of the anxiety surrounding me. I've never lived with someone I'm dating before." "It's okay," he said. "I understand." Having a mom to talk to would have helped with some of my bigger life changes. She never got to meet Aidan. She'd never got to give me a hot take on what she thought of him, whether he lived up to her expectations, and my dad was pretty hands-off. My parents had been divorced for over a few years before she got sick, and I only saw him in the summers. After she died, she asked me if I wanted to live with him full-time, but I said no, that I'd stay with my stepdad, Steve. He didn't seem to care, and I still visited him each summer until I graduated high school. We hadn't spoken in years. Steve had always been everything my real dad wasn't. He loved my mom, and he loved raising me. Before my mom passed away, she had Steve and I in the same room. "I want you two to stick together," she had said, a tear dropping down her cheek. "That might be asking a lot, but I need you both to promise me that you'll take care of each other." "I promise," Steve had said, sitting by her bedside. He looked up at me and smiled, even though I knew he was probably afraid. I called Steve that day to tell him about the dream. We typically talked once or twice a week. We remained close over the years, just like we had promised Mom. We were surprisingly frank with each other, maybe because we had been so honest and transparent throughout the grieving process over my mother. I always felt like I could express my feelings with Steve. He was a large reason why I was so well adjusted, despite the trauma of losing my mom. "I think you're right about the change being destabilizing," he said. "You've only had a single dream?" "Yeah, but it hasn't even been a month since moving in with Aiden. I don't want this to be a recurring thing." "I wouldn't sweat it," he said. "I'd just share it with your therapist at your next session." I didn't tell him that I'd taken a hiatus from therapy. My health insurance provider switched when my company merged with some larger conglomerate, and her office didn't take the new provider. My therapist suggested that it could be a good opportunity to take a break from therapy and see how I liked it. "If you want to come back, I'm sure we could figure something out," she'd said. "But it could be a great trial run to see if therapy is still something that's necessary, constant in your life." Even though it was scary, I'd taken her advice. I'd been in therapy many times, attending off and on when my grief got overwhelming. But I felt like this therapist had made the most difference. For the first time since my mom died, I felt like I had control over my chronic anxiety and depression. I think it was a combination of time, perseverance, and her just being an overall great fit for me. I was proud to think of the progress I'd made, and I didn't want to go back to our sessions over one nightmare. Steve was right. It was probably normal. About a week later, I had the dream again. This time, I opened the door after coming home from work. I saw a man sitting at our kitchen table. Aiden. It was Aiden sitting at the kitchen table. I went to give him a kiss when I realized that something was off about his posture. He was sitting with his head unnaturally held to the side, falling over to his right shoulder as if he was a broken bobblehead. "Aiden?" I asked, alarmed, a sick feeling growing in my stomach. "What happened to your head?" But it wasn't just that. As he spoke, his voice came out low and garbled. "What do you mean?" the voice asked. "My head always looked like this." And he grinned, but his grin was terrifying, his parted lips revealing sharp, pointed teeth. I turned my head away, a scream building, but I could still hear him laugh. "What are you so afraid of?" "Hey," Aiden is saying, "I'm here. There's nothing to be afraid of." I'm crying, and I'm awake now. Our bedside lamp is on, and Aiden looks worried, his eyes bloodshot and crusty. "I had a bad dream," I say, shuddering as I wipe tears away. "I know," he says, rubbing my back. "It's okay. I'm here." But as he says it, I double take, staring at his teeth. They look sharper in the dim light, but I shake my head, trying to lose the false visual from my dream, reminding myself that everything is okay now. After the second dream, Aiden looked at me a bit more closely. He asked me if everything was all right, or if I wanted to see my therapist again. He asked me if there was anything he could do to make our new apartment feel more comfortable. I told him no, everything was fine, but on my next call with Steve, I told a different story. "I think it's that this doesn't feel like my apartment still," I said. "You know how foreign an apartment feels the first time you sleep in it? Like it's not home yet, so everything feels kind of scary. I'm still at that strange." "Is Aiden acting strange at all?" Steve asked in his reply. "Or is it entirely just the new environment that's tripping you up?" "No, Aiden is great," I said. "He's been super nice, even though I'm sure he's kind of weirded out. I was crying and everything after this dream." "If he's a decent person, he'll understand," Steve said. "It's nothing to be ashamed of. It's PTSD. I mean, soldiers have these kinds of reactions. It's not a reflection of your character or anything. Don't be too hard on yourself." I agreed with him from an objective perspective, but internally, I felt concerned about gathering. Was this too much too fast? We'd been dating for 15 months, but maybe that still wasn't enough time to know I was ready to move in with him. I'd had attachment issues leading into adulthood. Losing a parent made me terrified of relying on anyone else for anything. I didn't think I could take more loss in my life. I dated people here and there, but Aidan was my first serious relationship. The best thing about him was his consistency. He was always there for me, even when I didn't ask. If he said he'd be somewhere, he was there. If he promised something, he'd always deliver. I told him early on that my mum had passed away, and he told me early on that his last girlfriend ghosted him, leaving his place one morning only to never reach out to him again. We both agreed to be transparent with each other. After a year of dating, he finally brought up moving in together. We spent so much time at each other's places, and I was tired of driving 40 minutes through LA traffic each time we wanted to hang out. My lease was month to month, so we waited 3 months until his lease ended, and then took the plunge. I loved our apartment. It was small, but it had a beautiful black trimmed detailing and a tree whose leaves tickled our bedroom window in the mornings. It was quiet, a place I could feel safe in with lots of natural light and bright wood floors. I was looking forward to decorating it, adding nicer furniture that I could afford living alone. Aidan felt the same. We applied for the place the same day we saw it. Still, I didn't quite feel like it was home. A sense of unease accompanied me, and I wasn't sure if that was the feeling of uncertainty that came with knowing I had signed a year-long lease with someone I was dating, or if it was just getting used to the sights and sounds of the apartment. Things could have been worse, though. I enjoyed eating breakfast together, joking around before I headed off to the office, and sharing my day-to-day with someone I cared about. Aidan worked remotely, which seemed isolating to me, but I think he liked the flexibility. I was happy. A few days after my second dream, Aidan called me at midday. "I have to run an errand this evening, so I'm going to be home late," he said. "Feel free to eat dinner without me." "Oh, okay," I said. "Is everything all right?" "Yeah, don't worry," he said. "I have a surprise for you." He enunciated surprise, dragging it out to really drive home what I should be excited. "What? A surprise?" "Don't ask any questions," he laughed. "It'll be better that way. Can't wait for you to see it." "What's the occasion?" I asked, trying not to get too excited about the possibilities of what you could be getting me. "It's not an occasion per se, but I do think it's something that will make you feel better in our new place." All right," I said, and the anticipation gnawed at me the rest of the day. Aidan wasn't really one for surprises. I was wearing a skincare mask when he came home, a bark accompanying him. "What the?" I called in shock as a ball of fur came barreling at me. "Did you?" "I did," he said, grinning from ear to ear. I screamed, startling the dog, and ripped off my goopy mask, sprinted to the bathroom to wipe my face before running back to the front door. Tears were gathering in my eyes. "This is a joke. This can't be real." "Oh, it's real," he said. "I thought a guard dog would help you feel better in this new place. I called the landlord, and they approved it with an additional deposit." "This is amazing," I cried. The dog trotted my way, smiling a toothy grin and wagging his tail. It was an Australian Shepherd, a medium-sized dog with a speckled snout and cream belly. "It's a boy," he said. "His name was Snickers, but I figured we can rename him to whatever you want." We renamed Snickers to Milo, and the next month was a blur of walks, tricks, and the occasional doggy accident. I sent lots of pictures to Steve, who had been in on the surprise the whole time. "I endorsed the idea," he said. "I know you always wanted a dog." Steve had terrible allergies, and my mum wasn't a fan of pets in general. When she passed away, we got a hairless cat named Nord, but he always felt like Steve's pet more than mine. He loved snuggling up with him and sleeping in his room, which would have bothered me, but I'm not much of a cat person anyways. "Having a dog has helped," I replied. "I haven't had any bad dreams since, and I think a lot of my anxiety has been redirected towards making sure I can take care of Marlowe and keep him from getting into trouble." Soon after that, though, I had another bad dream. In my dream, I was getting Milo's leash to take him for a walk. He made a noise, but it didn't sound quite right. I turned to look at him. "Milo, buddy, are you okay?" but as I knelt to put his collar around his neck, he was slowly opening his mouth, wider and wider. He barked, but the bark came out from deep within his throat, as if emitting from a speaker. His body stayed perfectly still as the bark echoed again, before he shuddered and croaked. "Milo!" I gave him a little shake. He turned his head to look at me, but his eyes looked wrong. They were yellow instead of brown, and they looked to be growing wider. Each time I blinked, they expanded more and more before they filled up his face. I started to scream, and as he opened his mouth again, I heard that deep, speaker-like bark. By now, he was just eyes with a mouth, barking and gaping, and as I turned to run, I could sense him gearing to pounce. That's when I woke up, sunlight already coming in through the window, alone in my bed. I gasped, wondering where Aidan was, sweat beaded on my forehead. I didn't hear Milo either, so I wondered if Aidan had already taken him for a walk. I looked at the clock. 8:45 a.m. Shit, I thought. I'd overslept an hour past when I normally got up. I felt like I'd been hit by a car. My body ached, and I realised that I was feverish, not just the typical night sweats. I opened Slack and sent my manager a quick message. "Hi Sarah, I'm coming down with a fever, so I won't be working today. I can check Slack later today if there are any emergencies or escalations." She responded quickly. "Sorry to hear that. No worries. Take care of yourself." Soon after, I heard Aidan and Milo coming in through the front door. The pitter-patter of feet told me that Milo was headed up the stairs, and I smiled as he trotted into the room. "I'm sorry, buddy," I said. "I'm not feeling too well today." This Milo looked nothing like the Milo from my dream. I patted his head as he tried to scramble up into the bed. "No, Milo," I said, trying to stop him as Aidan walked into the room. "Hey, babe," he said. "You doing okay? I didn't want to wake you this morning. You looked feverish." "Yeah, I think I'm coming down with something." He put his hand to my forehead. "Do you have any other symptoms?" "No, although I did have a pretty bad fever dream." "Oh, you poor thing." He gave me a hug. "I can get you some soup later today. Do you need anything right now? Tea? Let's get you some Tylenol too." "Okay," I said. "I'm probably just going to sleep it off." I gave Steve a call later that day. "Hey, I'm not doing so hot over here. I've got a fever and stuff." "I'm sorry to hear that, kiddo." "Yeah, it sucks, but Aidan's taking care of me, and I called out of work." "Make sure you rest up. Drink some fluids," he said. "Hey, how are you doing, by the way? Still having those dreams?" "Unfortunately, yes," I said. "Now they're about Milo. I'm sure it's the stress, plus first-time pet ownership, and my fever." "Okay," he said. "Make sure you call me if you need to talk about anything. What does your therapist think?" I sighed. "Actually, I stopped seeing my therapist. We're doing a trial period without her." "Oh," he said, surprised. "That's new." "Yeah," I said. "But besides the dreams, it's been fine. I'll make sure to call her if things get particularly bad." "Alright, just make sure you take care of yourself, okay? I'm here if you need anything. Maybe you can stop by next weekend, and I can meet Milo." "That sounds great," I said, smiling. Steve lived about an hour and a half away, but I felt Milo was old enough to make it through the trip. Once Aidan was off of work, I asked him if he could stop by the store for a thermometer. "My fever still feels pretty bad," I said. "I've got a raging headache, so I'd like to monitor my temperature." "I'm sure you'll be fine," he said. Aidan was one of those guys who refused to go to the doctor, who thought a bit of grit could fight off any illness. I didn't share his sentiments. I'd seen my mom's deterioration. "I want the thermometer anyways. It would be nice to have on hand." "Okay." But he was grumbling. I got a bit annoyed. I was sick. Couldn't he see that? He took Milo out for a walk, and I awoke from another feverish nap with him standing by my side, holding out the thermometer. 102.3, the thermometer flashed. "Holy shit!" I let out a weak yelp. "That's pretty high." "When's the last time you took Tylenol?" he asked. "I haven't thought about it since this morning. Still, I wish I'd known it was high earlier. I should have gone to urgent care." It's probably nothing serious," he said. "Take some more Tylenol, and we can worry about it in the morning." I was a bit disturbed. A high fever wasn't anything to joke about, but another part of me wondered if I was just overreacting. Another night couldn't hurt, right? I opened my eyes. It was dark in the room, and Aidan was peering over me. "What?" I asked him groggily, still sweating up a storm. He didn't answer, just sat there staring. His mouth started to move. He opened it wider and wider. Too wide, his pointed teeth glinting. "What are you doing? You're freaking me out," I said, trying to inch away. His face started to change. His cheekbones shifted until I didn't recognize the face I was staring at. With his wide mouth, I heard the barking noise from my last dream, the speaker like a sound emitting from deep in his throat. But as I started screaming, he started laughing. I closed my eyes, trying to wake up, but I didn't. "No," I thought, my stomach dropping out from under me. He picked up a pillow and, still smiling, lunged toward my face. I rolled out of bed, hitting my head on the ground with a crack. "Are you okay?" I opened my eyes with Aidan, normal Aidan, concerned and alarmed, hovering over me. I felt cold and clammy, and my head was throbbing. "Jesus, are you all right?" "I think so," I said, but my voice became hoarse. Nightmare. Must have rolled out of bed. I had done that when I was a kid. Steve had to install a bed gate, even though I was almost a teenager, to keep me from hurting myself. Even so, these dreams were different. My mum had never been a monster, and she just wasted away in front of me. Even that was enough to terrify me, watching my mum's impending and ultimate death in the span of a nightmare. In these dreams, Aidan was about to hurt me. Milo felt aggressive in my other dream too. I felt like I was in danger. I put a hand to my forehead. It was burning, and as I sat up with Aidan's help, I felt blood trickling from above my eye where I'd hit the door. "Oh my God," I said, trembling. "I should go to the doctor." "No," Aidan said. "You'll be okay. Heads bleed more than any other body part." I looked at him, incredulous. "Are you serious?" I croaked. "I feel like shit. I could have a concussion, and my fever is still raging. I need a doctor." "No, you don't," he said firmly. "You don't have a concussion. You just bumped your head. Your fever isn't even that bad. It's better for you to try to get some sleep. Nothing is going to happen to you in the few hours before morning. Besides, I'm here to take care of you. It's safer for me to drive you and the doctor in the morning, and it'll save you money. You could make a real appointment tomorrow. If you went now, you'd have to handle a giant ER bill." I didn't know what to do, but short of calling 911, I knew I wasn't going to be able to go to the doctor without him driving me there. After what felt like hours, I fell back asleep. The next morning, I still felt like shit. My head hurt, and the coagulated blood had left a stain on my pillow. Even with taking consistent Tylenol, my fever was at 102. A bit better, but high enough to worry me. I texted Steve. "Call a doctor," he responded. "And your therapist." He was right. I dialed my general practitioner while Aidan was in the shower. She couldn't see me until the following morning, but urged me to go to the ER if my fever reaches 103. I texted my therapist, who couldn't see me until the end of the week, but offered a 15-minute phone check-in if I was free that afternoon. I accepted, texting her a brief synopsis about my worrying dreams, and this morning, increased paranoia. Like my doctor, she said to go to the ER if I was having an emergency, mental health or otherwise. "I'll talk to you at 2, she signed off. "Take care of yourself." Aidan got out of the shower. "How you doing, babe? You took a little better than last night, at least." He came up to me, gingerly touching my face. "You scared me with that fall." "Not enough to help me to go to the hospital," I snapped, my resentment bubbling at the surface. "Huh?" he asked. "I don't know what you mean." "I wanted to go to the hospital, but you told me to wait," I said. "You told me to call the doctor in the morning." "You're twisting my words." "I said it would just be cheaper for you to go to the doctor in the morning. Did you make an appointment?" "Yeah, they don't have an opening until tomorrow." "All right, well that's good at least. I'm going to take Milo out. Do you need anything? Maybe an ice pack?" "No, I'm fine," I said, but I didn't feel fine. I felt like I was losing my mind. First, I slacked my boss to tell her that I still wasn't feeling any better today. I asked her if there were any emergencies at the office or with any cases that needed review. but she said not to worry about it and that it had been a slow week. I tried not to think about whether she was telling me the truth. I had a feeling I'd be slammed when I finally went back, but that was a problem for another day. After that, I tried self-diagnosing my symptoms. A million different things could cause a fever, and my dreams could very well just be a side effect. I missed my mom the most when I was sick. There's something about being ill that made me particularly yearn being taken care of, that made me remember her maternal affection and care. I didn't feel like Aidan was doing enough. He was a bit distant since I started feeling poorly, and I still thought it was odd that he refused to take me to the hospital the night before. But I guess he was right, because I was feeling better. It probably was just a passing thing, and I would have had a huge hospital bill for nothing. My head still hurt, but not terribly, and the Tylenol helped. During my 15-minute check-in with my therapist, she started by reassuring me that change can bring up triggering emotions and trauma responses. She said she wanted a full session with me the following week, but that one trick she wanted me to try in the meantime was to visualize a positive ending for the bad dreams I was having. I thought about Milo. How warm and happy he made me feel when he licked my face and rolled in the grass in our walks. Maybe, instead of his scary speaker voice bark, in the dream there could be a happy bark, a standard Milo bark, and the dream would end with me feeding him an extra treat. Sure, that sounds pleasant, she said. What about his distorted face? A trick of the light, I said. Nothing scary. Now, what about your dream with Aidan? I shuddered. There was something more realistic about those dreams, something instinctually more distressing about the way he peered over me. I'm trying to imagine something better. Maybe right before he gets scared, he wraps me in a hug and tells me he loves me, that he'll always take care of me. Tears started to prick my eyes. Yep, there we are, said my therapist. I know we've talked before about some of your fears of abandonment, about being alone. Let's twist that on its head. Aidan in the dream is telling you he'll be there for you, and he's there to support you, and that it's time for you to let your guard down a bit. Time to stop looking for the red flags. Before Aidan, all I'd had was Steve. True, he had legally adopted me, and true, he was a better parent than I could have dreamed of. But having only one other person to count on isn't a great bet. I'd always tried not to think of what would happen when Steve passed away, when I truly became alone. Being with Aidan presented me with the possibility that maybe I would find someone else, and maybe I'd even have a family of my own someday. I felt stupid for being so suspicious of him. My therapist was right. I was sure I'd feel fine by morning. That night, I gave Milo a few pets before bed. I was less worried about getting him sick, as my fever had gone down to 100. I was in better spirits. Everything was going to be fine. I just needed a good night's sleep. Aidan, do you mind if I run to the fan for some added white noise? I asked him. I was hot last night too, and I think it had helped me sleep better overall. Of course, he said. You look a lot better compared to yesterday. I told you it was nothing. I know, I sighed. You were right. This time. I'm always right, he smiled. We put Milo down and headed to bed. I opened my eyes. I turned my head, and in the dark, I could see Aidan kneeling at my side of the bed. It was eerily quiet. The fan wasn't on anymore. Another nightmare, I thought. Aidan, I said, what are you doing? He didn't answer. He peered at me, eyes wide, mouth slowly curving into a smile, exposing those same pointed teeth. My heart pounded. Think of a good ending. Aidan, I said, are you getting something from under the bed? Why are you kneeling? Why didn't you come lay down with me? He didn't say anything. He opened his mouth slowly, creaking it open as he did so. I tried deep, calm breaths, calming myself. It's a dream. Just a dream. Aidan, why don't you give me a hug? I started reaching my arms out when I heard barking, frantic and real. Not the creepy radio bark from my dreams. There was a scratch at the door. Milo? I called out. Aidan's head whipped to the door, the smile dropping from his face. I felt weak. My fever seemed to be back, and my head throbbed. More scratching and whining. Milo, what is it, buddy? I wanted to get up, wanted to go to the door and let him in. But Aidan was still kneeling next to me, terrifying and real. All my positive thoughts, my positive endings were gone. This isn't a dream. As this thought occurred, my stomach plummeted. I trembled, not knowing what to do. My eyes darted to my phone, out of reach on the ground next to Aidan. Aidan's eyes turned back on me. His smile was gone, but his eyes were still wide and peering. I expected him to grab me, to hurt me, but instead he snatched my phone and darted under the bed. Yes, under the bed. I didn't even know a person could fit under our bed. It was a low frame. I was so startled, I let out a yell. From under the bed came the sound of creaking, and then that terrible, awful, speaker-like bark. Milo started whining, then yelping from outside the door. I made my move. I sprinted out of the bed, despite my fever. I swung open the door, only to see Milo still as a statue at the door, mouth widening impossibly wide. I tried to grab him, thinking I could still save my dog and figure out how to fix him, but he was too heavy. I could already hear the speaker bark growing louder, and I screamed when I saw that Aidan was climbing out from under the bed. His legs emerged first, spindly and strange, unfolding as if they'd been tucked away. I made to run, but Milo blocked the stairs. He too was now emitting the speaker bark, sitting on his haunches as if waiting for me to make a move. Panicked, I looked from Aidan to Milo and back again, trying to figure out which was worse. I decided to change neither, instead pulling open our beautiful black-trimmed window and jumping out. A pedestrian saw me fall, and miraculously, the only major injury I had was a broken tailbone. It still hurt like hell, but our second floor wasn't too high up off the ground, so I ultimately got lucky. When the ambulance came, it was already growing light outside. Aidan and Milo came to the front door as they pulled up, apparently awoken by the sirens, as if they hadn't been terrorizing me an hour earlier. Aidan looked shocked and afraid, asking me what the hell happened. But I didn't respond. I knew better than to respond. Somehow, Aidan spun everything as if I was the freak. In the hospital, he told the police that I had a hysterical attack. He said my anxiety had been building the whole week, and it got much worse when I started feeling under the weather. He even told them about my therapist, and that I had stopped seeing her. This was all they needed to hear to chalk me up as a crazy person. They wrote off everything I told them about him trying to attack me. I stayed in the hospital all day, waiting for Steve to arrive as they took my vital signs and gave me some painkillers for the broken tailbone, after determining it would likely heal on its own. Since I already had a therapist appointment scheduled, and Steve reassured them that I would be closely monitored, they let me go without inpatient psychiatric treatment. I broke up with Aidan before I was discharged. I hadn't let him or Milo in to see me. He seemed genuinely hurt, if not a bit relieved, given I was now a certified crazy person. "We can work through this together," he had said, but I shrank away from him. I knew I wasn't crazy. I knew what I saw had been real. Steve, meanwhile, was distraught. I told him my side of the story, and for the first time in my life, I felt like he wasn't on my team. He told me I shouldn't have ever stopped going to therapy, that moving in with Aidan had been too big of a change for me. He offered to help me pay off my rent that I was supposed to split with Aidan for the next few months, and that I could stay with him for a while to get back on my feet. I was hurt. We had been through terrible things together before, things much worse than moving in with my boyfriend. He should know that I could handle difficult situations. I knew my story was implausible, but I was telling the truth. I couldn't help wondering how my mom would feel if she was still alive. Would she believe me? My therapist agreed with Steve. I started seeing her twice a week. Her goal being to convince me that I had imagined the whole episode with Aidan. She was disturbed that I refused to see Milo. "There's nothing to be afraid of," she said. "I think reconnecting with your pet would be a positive experience." "Milo isn't my pet," he said. "He's Aidan's pet." Saying the words out loud killed me, but I knew that I couldn't risk it. Maybe I'd get a new dog someday, and maybe I'd get a new boyfriend. But for now, I was better off on my own. Better off sharing space with Steve, trying to appear normal enough so he would stop watching me like a small child. Secretly, I think he blamed himself a bit for my episode. Maybe he thought he shouldn't have agreed with my decision to move in with Aidan. Or maybe he believed he should have seen signs of a mental decline. As much as I tried, couldn't seem to convince him that there wasn't anything wrong with me, that Aidan was a crazy person. How was I so certain? Well, a couple of weeks after the incident, I did some digging. Where had Aidan gotten Milo? I called all the Aussie breeders in the area, but none of them had sold a dog to Aidan. I called the shelters, but same thing. Was Milo a rescue? Was he stolen? Was he even a dog? Then I tried to look more into Aidan. I had never searched for him on LinkedIn. Our jobs were in totally different sectors, and I never really used my account anyways. There was nothing. I tried to think of the name of the company he worked for, but I realized he had always been so vague. I realized I didn't even have any evidence that he ever worked. For all I knew, he could have spent all day dicking around while I was out at the office. Finally, I thought about how he had never introduced me to his family or friends. He was new to the area when we met, but I did think it was strange that he had never suggested we take a trip to his hometown. Nobody ever came to visit him either. Who was Aidan? What was he? What disturbs me most of all of this, just when I feel like I'm making progress, I'll wake up in the middle of the night and swear that I've heard something outside my window. A loud, low, speaker-like bark. I found the first hair on my pillowcase. Long and black, it stood out against my beige sheets. I smiled when I saw it. Her hair touched her shoulders. It was glossy and straight, smoothing into place even when she was using a curling iron. As we spent more nights together, I started finding more and more strands throughout my apartment. There were strands caught in the sleeves of my sweaters, strands that gathered in little clumps on my bathroom floor. Once, my friend told me to hold still as he pulled a long, dark strand out of my blonde curls. How'd that get there, eh? He laughed. And I laughed too. I liked the little reminders of her, so randomly strewn about my day. You can make a wig if you gather them up, she joked to me. We were laying on my couch, feet up and smoking. I watched the little plumes swirl around us, heavy and slow in the rising heat. No amount of AC can spare you from a Los Angeles summer. She went to gather her hair back, and I saw that sweat had gathered at the nape of her neck. I leaned over to kiss her, asking her to leave her hair down for a little while. When the heat lifted, I knew we had a problem. I had been at a bar for a friend's birthday when a stranger tapped me on my shoulder. Her eyes were cold and grey. Her limbs were so long that I had to crane my neck up to look into her face. I'm sorry, but I had to meet you, she said. I think you're stunning. Her hair was buzzed. Her lips trembled when I told her we were over. But I love you, she said. While she spoke, I couldn't stop watching her fingers twirl the ends of her hair. I reached out and grabbed her hands, cupping them to my lips. You're going to be okay, I promise. We watched a movie together for the first night she stayed over. Do you think I'm pretty? The protagonist in the film asked, gazing into her co-star's eyes. Yes, he said simply, and they both smiled. Hey, she asked, turning away from the screen to look at me. Do you think I'm pretty? I paused for a moment before speaking. You could be worse, I whispered. She laughed and hit me with a pillow, but our eyes were drawn downwards at the space where the pillow had been. Hair. Long, dark hair. Oh, she said, and her face flushed. I was embarrassed. I'm sorry, I said, awkwardly snatching the strands and leaping out of bed. My ex. She had this thick, long hair. It got all over the place. Guess I missed a spot. Well, she said, nothing a good sheet washing can't fix. She smiled, but her tone was tight. I kept finding more of it. In my car, in my purse, on the kitchen table. Why did it keep appearing? Weeks, then months went by, yet there it was. We need to talk, my girlfriend said, seething. I swear, I haven't seen her since we started dating. I threw my hands in the air. Check my phone if you want. Check my social media. I haven't even spoken to her in months. Then how do you explain all of this hair? I needed to use GPS to find her apartment. What was once second nature was now foreign to me, having not taken this route in months. Hey! I frantically knocked on her front door. When I heard shuffling from inside, I started shouting louder. Open up! I know you're in there! Moments later, I heard my name, muffled and choked. Yeah, it's me. Please, we need to talk. The door creaked open, but barely. Please, just let me in. No, she said. I heard she had tears in her voice. Okay then, look, I don't know how you're doing it. I sure as hell don't know why you're doing it, but I came here to ask you to stay away from me. Don't come near my home. Don't come near me. Just stop fucking with me in my life, okay? Silence. What are you talking about? The hair, I shouted. Your hair, it's everywhere. It's fucking creepy and needs to stop. Silence again. Did you even get my messages? I blushed, ashamed. I'd blocked a number after the breakup. No, I responded. Why? She sighed. The door slowly opened. Her skin was sunken and sallow. The bags under her eyes were blue. She looked like she had aged 10 years in the past 6 months since we had last seen each other. Cancer, she said. I stared at her, shocked. I tried texting you, tried calling, but you never responded. What is this? Some sick joke? You heard the news, so you decided to come here and make fun of me? Play a prank? No, I stammered, a habit I had when under stress. I didn't know. I had no idea. I haven't gone near your place, she said. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. As she spoke, I noticed how thin her hair had gotten. She noticed me looking and slammed the door shut in my face. As I walked away, I heard her screaming through the door. You're gonna be okay, she shouted. I promise. The hair came in flurries after that. First, it clogged all of my pipes. When the plumber snaked my shower, he asked if I owned a dog. When he snaked my kitchen sink, he shot me a look and hurried out. I found hair in my dryer, in my carpet, in my dishwasher for Christ's sake. I stopped having people over after my new girlfriend left me. You're sick, she spat at me, storming out in a huff after finding clumps of hair in a gym bag. I'm not the one who's sick, I thought, but kept quiet all the same. A month later, I took a bite of a sandwich when I felt a hair in my mouth. Disgusted, I slowly pulled out a ball of it, spitting it out onto my plate. Stop it, I screamed at the beautiful dark strands. Just make it stop. But I knew what it meant if the hair stopped coming, and the thought terrified me. 2 weeks had gone by. I woke up and made myself a cup of coffee. I sat at the kitchen table, thinking about work, thinking about how I had used too much water in the French press. I dumped the rest of my drink down the drain. I grabbed the vacuum, as I did every morning, and went to work tackling the tangle of hairs coating my floor. Except, after a few minutes of mindless vacuuming, I realised there was no hairs this morning. My heart pounded as I tore through my apartment. I pulled off my sheets, turned out my clothes, and I found nothing. No hair. Not a single strand. It's over, I whispered. When I realised I was smiling, I felt sick to my stomach. I ran to the bathroom, slapping my face as I looked in the mirror. Was I laughing or sobbing? I couldn't tell. Bought and occupied a home with my wife. We have lived here for 18 years. Raised 2 stepdaughters that have grown up and moved out. Raising a son and daughter that are well on their way as well. All 4 have told me that they thought this place had spirits or some type of issues. Never for a second did I believe this was anything other than scared children overreacting to the media or something. My stepchildren had indicated previously that they thought a woman had hung herself in the basement, which would watch them when they were down there. Again, I consider myself to be sensitive to this type of thing. Simply dismissed it as previously stated. So everyone was gone one day, and I was working on fixing up a room in the basement. Was stripping a concrete floor, so I could coat it with epoxy. It was going to be awesome. That stripper is pretty gnarly, so I had appropriate PPE. Good mask, gloves, etc. Came out of the basement room for a minute, pulled off my mask, taking a break. Immediately felt weird, like I was being watched. Maybe my mask wasn't sealed well enough. Heck, I didn't know. I gave it a minute to let my brain relax if needed. I always have a very high-powered and expensive flashlight in my hip pocket. That's just how I am. Pulled out my streamlight and started a flashlight-focused inspection of my surroundings. Over my head was the cavity surrounding my main floor bathtub. Next to the tub sat my youngest daughter's kitten, curious, just watching me working. Man, false alarm. At least I'm sensitive to a cat watching my ass. No redeemable lessons here, folks. I lived with it when I was younger, but it still scares me and my dad a lot. We don't know what happened. It was a long time ago, and Dad didn't look for it more than a moment when we saw me. I'm from the south of Minas Gerais. My uncle has a spare parts store, and he needed to go to Sao Paulo to buy some stuff. He didn't know Sao Paulo well enough, so he asked for my father to go with him, and we went together. My father used to go to Sao Paulo, so, it was easier. After a long day of walking on one of the busiest streets of Sao Paulo, we stopped in an Arabic restaurant so I could go to the restroom and eat something. We entered the restaurant, my dad put me in the restroom and waited for me from outside. Now's the problem. When I came out of the restroom, I was at a completely different place. It was a lobby of a building, old and tall. The fuck was going on? One moment I was in a restaurant, and now? So I went back, shut the door and tried to go out again, and nothing. Same place, the lobby. I was creeped out, didn't know what to do. I think I tried to do it about 3 times, going back to the bathroom and trying to get out. So I decided to go to the street and look for the restaurant. I was tempted to cross the street, but I kept to the same sidewalk and turned left. I walked a little more and reached the restaurant. Some details are a blur in my head. The moment I went out of the bathroom and how I stopped at the restaurant, I don't know if it took time or was fast. My father says that I came out on a different hallway and took the wrong side, but the door of the restroom is sided to the hall. My father was looking at it and saw me. I found the restaurant, some pics from inside it, but it seems like a normal entrance to the restroom. Nothing complex and hard to access. I don't know if it was 7LM, a Brazilian urban legend, or if the Matrix glitched on me. Okay, so it started Sunday night. My dogs are on high alert and kept looking out the windows, so I decided to let them outside. How my house is set up, you go through one of the set of doors to get from the main house to 2 added-on rooms, and then another set of doors to get to the backyard. When I was letting them out the door to go outside, it was open, and the lock was in the lock position, and it was keeping the door open. I was a little confused because I had been the last person to touch the door. I know for sure that I closed it, and I definitely know I didn't leave it locked. I was nervous, but I continued on with my night. I went to sleep around midnight and woke up at 2 a.m. to my dog going nuts, barking at something in the room. Naturally, I looked to see what she was barking at, and I saw a figure in my room, and so like a kid, I hid under my blankets and started crying. Since I was half asleep, the figure didn't register in my head as anything other than danger, so I can't explain what it looked like, just tall. For the rest of the night, I couldn't really sleep because I was so anxious. I told my mom and sister about it, and they reassured me it was fine. Some of my friends said maybe it was sleep paralysis, so I went on with my day, still a bit uneasy though. Now last night I was still anxious, so I slept with the lights and my TV on, and thankfully I slept fine, and no mysterious figures woke me or my dog up. But when I woke up for work this morning, one of my evil eye bracelets had fallen off. No, it didn't break. No, it didn't slide off my wrist. It's fully intact, and the only way it would have come off my wrist if it was unclasped. Even if it was unclasped, how is it so easy to find when I woke up? I tossed and turned a lot, so for me to find it just laying on my bed was so weird. Like it wasn't even on the ground. It was neatly under me. I had a dream in April of 2021. It was nighttime and a friend of mine was hovering in the sky above me. He was invisible, but I could sense that it was him. He was urgently asking me for help. He said, "I was murdered. I've been trying to contact someone, but no one can hear me. You're the only one spiritual enough for me to get through." I didn't understand how I could help him. I was at a loss of direction. The confusion caused me to wake up. It was an extremely odd dream that I've never experienced before. It definitely perplexed me, but I wrote it off as a really weird dream and just ignored it. But then about 3 to 7 days later, I got the news that he had passed away. Literally no one would tell me how he passed. I didn't want to be insensitive, so I didn't pry. I just patiently waited until maybe I would find out. But fast forward to yesterday, I finally decided to be more intrusive, respectively, and messaged a friend on his Facebook that posted on his page that I didn't know personally. And I messaged a girlfriend of one of his good friends as well. I asked them if they happened to know how he passed. I'll copy and paste what the guy friends told me. Good morning. He went to a desert party and overdosed on bad drugs. They believe foul play was suspected. There was and is an investigation to figure out what really happened. I tried to find out more, but I had no luck. I moved across the country a few years back. Therefore, it was difficult to talk to the people face to face. This is what the girlfriend of a good friend of his said. It's really intense. He was on psychedelics and slit his throat with a bottle. It was at a party in the mountains and everyone was fucked up. So by the time he got to the hospital, it was too late. Apparently, it was a shady crowd, but I'm not sure who. Demonic shit for sure. So it turned out that it was fake ketamine. Honestly, I sensed the people he was around were dark. The feedback from them makes me believe that he truly did visit me, and it wasn't just an odd dream. It makes me believe he probably was murdered, because he specifically told me so. I'm getting the vibe everyone was on bad drugs and foul play happened. And I'm also getting the feeling maybe he was asking me for help, because he just died. Maybe he was afraid and desperate to get back to his body. I don't know. But I'd like to think that it just happened, but that after he visited me, that he went into the light and is in a good place now. I don't know how the afterlife works. But this is really selling me on the afterlife for sure. What are your guys' thoughts? Anyone experienced something similar?